What's going on, all you awesome people? Welcome to another day of OWCS. Kilios Wolf back in the studio, ready to go over some good old Japanese Overwatch.
Yeah, it's going to be a pretty big day. We have some important matchups. Obviously, Telomere is still looking for that first map win. We do, of course, have VARREL playing, so that should be a fun one against Namekuji Bros.
Yep.
That's a really exciting matchup. Of course, Nyam also playing later on as well. So, pretty big day. LAZULI also being challenged a little bit today, and we'll see if they can continue the streak, if they can continue that momentum. And we'll see if any meta shifts have occurred during the break, because oftentimes, you know, from week to week, we do see teams move to different heroes. Haven't really seen any big patch changes or anything like that. Sometimes that's the catalyst. Sometimes it's just teams figure out that playing a different style is better. And sometimes they have more time to emulate the Korean style because they have their own style. Then they're like, ooh, I want to play that Korean style, but it might take us a little bit of scrim time to get used to it.
Yep, there's plenty of questions, obviously, that will just be answered as time goes on. So we'll have to just wait and see if we are going to be having any of those swaps, if teams are going to be sticking through with, you know, kind of the one trick. I don't want to necessarily use that word, but, you know, their style that they feel very comfortable in, I suppose, is the way to phrase that.
Yeah, I mean, we do have one trick playing today. That's his name is CC2. He plays Hanzo only, like he's an official one trick, like Nozzle. That's why he was an original Namekuji bro. But he might not be starting today. We'll have to wait and see because he has some pretty good DPS players on his roster.
He does, but he is a very good Hanzo.
Yeah,
I got to see him last week, and he was able to, you know, get a double kill with the Dragon Strike, et cetera, with like no setup.
Yeah.
So there's some good moments in there. So we'll figure that all out. But of course, we'll just wait and go ahead, and then we'll get the everything up, the schedule and whatnot, so you guys can take a look at the breakdown of the entirety of OWCS here in Asia.
Yeah.
A firm understanding of what it means and, you know, what everything is leading to, because, of course, there's going to be a major at the end of it all. But first, of course, there are your incentives, which, if you haven't gotten them yet, you're slacking, because we've had these for a week.
Yeah,
and
we've had a few delays in our region, so, you know, you've probably been able to, if you're a...
rack them up in about a day and a half.
Yeah, if you're like an avid viewer, if you like to watch the whole show, you probably got some of those at least by now. As you mentioned, we will show you guys the Stage 2 schedule. So we had the Open leading into Overwatch Champions Series Japan. Yeah, I'm glad we skipped through that pretty quick because that, of course, leads into our major. We have seeding tournament, all that stuff. Here are our teams. We still have Telomere N High, as we've been kind of calling them. That's what the second part of their name does mean. And, you know, I think they're the most interesting team in this tournament just because their lack of experience and, you know, how high they can go is, I think, the big question for everyone. Our map pool remains unchanged moving into this week of play. Runasapi being the new map this season, but we still just have the same map types. Loser picks type, map, and attack or defense, so you have full control if you end up losing that control map.
Yep. And it's, you know, it's led to some more competitive series for sure. So we've been seeing it. Was able to pick 9K's brain, asking, you know, like, why does the losing team often opt to go for, you know, things like defense and whatnot when it comes down to playing hybrid, escort, etc. And got some nice insights there from him. Which is really nice, because I wanted a solid understanding of why it always felt like they were going for that defense first. But, yeah, we'll see how things shake out in this opening series. As you mentioned, things have been a little bit rough for a high school squad, but that's not to be unexpected.
Yeah, I do think that Nyam is much better this season with the roster that they've put together. Pretty big upgrades across the board. We'll talk about that a little bit later on, but I wonder, you know, if today's the day where Telomere's been grinding, have enough experience, they take that upset win on control, you know, force Nyam into a map pick. Could happen, but with Nyam's current form, I'm not going to predict it. We do not actually have MFC playing today, so just giving you guys the heads up on that early. If you know, you know, but...
Yep. Early is the active word there, actually.
Yeah. Here's our standings. So Ravati actually currently do have the most game advantage wins. That's why they're currently sitting in first place since they've played one extra game over everybody else. Nyam is 1-1 and dead neutral, but I do think stronger than that scoreline does show. And unfortunately for Telomere, they haven't been able to take a map yet, but that could start today.
Absolutely could. So all of these standings could very much get shaken up depending on how things end up turning out here. And I mean, you mentioned VARREL. We're so used to seeing them at the top of the standings, and seeing them 1-1 with a perfectly neutral scoreline as well alongside NyamGaming is a bit of a shocker, because for anybody who has been paying attention to VARREL just in the past, but especially in Stage 1, this team has been dominant in Japan for the longest time, but feels like now the other squads are starting to catch up.
Yeah, so Telomere versus Nyam is going to be our first matchup, as we kind of alluded to earlier. Namekuji brothers versus VARREL. I think another test for VARREL here. I think VARREL should be the stronger roster here. Namekuji brothers looking way better, but still not necessarily on VARREL's level. But what VARREL's level is right now is somewhat of a question mark. And then LAZULI, who did end up having so far, along with INSOMNIA, the perfect record here in OWCS Japan, will challenge INSOMNIA. So one of these teams will take their first loss of the tournament.
Yeah, and it feels like LAZULI versus INSOMNIA. I mean, I'm glad that is the last matchup of the day, because it does feel like the marquee matchup out of all of these squads, or all of these series that we're going to be playing, and I'm expecting that one to be quite competitive between the two squads. VARREL versus Namekuji, kind of give VARREL still a bit more credit. Namekuji looking stronger overall, but still having some struggles, and then of course Nyam just looking lights out better compared to what we saw from them in Stage 1. Should have the edge over Telomere, but maybe the young upstarts are going to be able to surprise us, as we'll get ready to take a look at those rosters to just further break down the teams and get you guys all a nice little insight into the squads.
Yeah, it is still early on in the season. We're moving into, for these squads, like some of them, the third match of the season. For all of them, actually, all of them have played at least 2. So we'll see the roster of Telomere first. Amatero, Sora, Pete, as we like to call him here on the English broadcast, Hinasaku and Shizuku. It is just a 5-man high school roster. They qualified through Sony's tournament, so we'll actually be joining the OWCS Japan teams instead of a normal open team. So a great opportunity for these players, and I know it feels like we're kind of beating that storyline to the ground here, but I think it's really the only way you can go from here is up. And if you stay the same and you don't win a single map in this tournament, you still learn a ton, right? So
yep.
Even the players kind of being very outspoken and saying that, look, this is going to be a tough one. We want to win a map. We want to take an objective. And here's Nyam's roster as well.
Yep, Scarlet, Daisy, Dox, Chang, Mimosa, and Wydot. And it's been just leaps and bounds better here for Nyam, because, I mean, last stage, this was kind of the team that was just, getting the beat down on the regular. Them, and I guess we should say Namekuji for the most part, we're having some struggles, but the glow up has been staggering.
Yeah, Mimosa's always been a very good Lucio player. Dox is a pretty strong tank, and then Daisy feels like a pretty big upgrade for this roster coming through. Scarlet has been very good as well. So NyamGaming, a lot of very quick synergy built for this roster moving into Stage 2. So obviously against Telomere, everyone's a favorite, but I do feel like potentially even more than some of our teams that have already faced Telomere, they could have a very one-sided series they're going to be handing over to us today. The question really is going to be coming, where are we going? And we're going to Nepal. We haven't seen too much Nepal, so I'm here for it. Samoa, kind of, I was alluding to this last week. We've seen it a lot. Now I'm ready to see a different map.
Yeah, we've had it a couple times across some of the other regions, but Nepal going to be cropping up for the first map. I'm excited to jump into this one. Nepal, I think, feels like it always delivers. Just solid gameplay. Even if it's dominant, it's usually like some really cool things going on. So this is one of my favorite control maps, if not my favorite control map.
I feel like every single stage has very different types of gameplay as well. And yet, you could still play the same type of comp on all 3 if you want to, because it's very interesting. It's not like Lijiang where it varies completely from stage to stage. You can kind of roll with one style or you can change it up. So I feel like it always keeps your opponents guessing.
Alrighty, well, we'll see what these squads are going to have for us as we do get ready to go into this opening map of this series and see how Telomere is going to be performing on the day. It looks like things are ready to go, so let's go ahead and hop into it. Nepal to start things off. We got Telomere versus Nyam. Let's see who comes out on top, as well as what our first sub-map is as we get into the action. The village.
So this is the tightest of the 3 in terms of where your combat is going to take place. Choke points basically all the time, entering the where the point is, then the point itself. So yeah, you can combat with some high ground. We have seen Pharah find some success here just with the AoE damage onto the point. But Ramatra comps do kind of rule the day here, especially in Japan. Pete is going to be showcasing that. Docs will be going for more classic Junker Queen dive here with Nyam, with the Genji for Scarlet, once again his favorite hero.
Alright, going to be coming up nice and early. Fists out. Pete able to find first blood. Wide out, going to take it down. Doc's going to suffer a similar fate, not before finding a kill onto Amaterasu. As Daisy now tries to fight back. Immortality Field's going to be cleared up, but Pete comes up with the second. Super backpedaling here, putting up some damage across onto Mimosa, but follow-up kills for now not going to be found, but that's going to be first grab of the point for the side of Telomere.
Really a great start here for Telomere. Pete also building half that annihilation off the fight. And Mimosa just trying to group here with the rest of his squad to reapproach the point. See if they can zoom.
Backed off, though. This could be a very fast flip here for Nyam as they look to try to just get in on top of him. Amaterasu going to be taking down the knife from Docs, able to find that one. Backpedal coming through, the flip getting ready to happen, and it's going to be found. So only 16% accrued here from the side of Telomere, who basically all just pulled back together to try to realign here with Amaterasu, who had gotten picked off, and that ends up costing them dearly.
Yeah, they wanted to just regroup with him. Mimosa was tracking that, scouting that. We saw his first-person view. He was able to set up the speed boost to go in and cut him off and kill him, and then they just had the better group. So, yeah, just kind of completely turning on its head, unfortunately, here for Telomere. And the ult advantage they had with Pete is now kind of washed away. Yeah, he's still ahead of Docs, but we'll see if he can utilize that ultimate. It's very difficult to do so until you get onto the point. Great scout here from Daisy, knows the angle they're taking. Let's see if Telomere can make this efficient.
Pulse Bomb is at the ready here for Daisy, playing up close, looking for the opportunity. Immortality Field going to be forced out nice and early as the blade comes through. 2 kills going to be found, but 2 in reply. Push back here from the side of Telomere. The Pulse Bomb still held here for Daisy. Recall now popped. Pete low on HP, pulling back down here onto the low ground. They cannot keep him alive as he will end up falling. Doc's going to be collecting 2. Daisy with another. And the point will still be held here by Nyam, now moving up past 55.
I mean, some good decision-making from Telomere after the fight loss. I mean, Amaterasu trying to get in that back cap, even though he knew it was unlikely. We'll be able to use his Ice Block to build closer to a Blizzard. They're going to have a nice set of ultimates here. Now, the Venture doesn't really work with his composition all too well, but perhaps Sora can find a flank angle when they do go in for the engage. They'll need the speed boost to get to the point, but not if Hinusaku dies first.
Let's take it down. Suzuku as well under some similar pressure here as there's the Pulse Bomb stick. Venture knocked out of the park. TPS lineup now shattered here on the side of Telomere. Anti across onto Pete from Docs with that Rampage. As that's going to be the cleanup coming through, and at 88%, that should be Nyam going ahead and securing Village.
That should be the first one going over. Telomere only really getting to use that Annihilation. It's low value, and now they're just falling to their death. Can't get to the point. NyamGaming.
Oh, Pete. Not quite able to touch.
Yeah, he wanted to swap to Doomfist to try to get that quick tag in. They had the sound barrier as well. Hinusaku just going to toss it out to the wind. It was a valiant effort. They won the first fight, but they did end up losing out on the regroup. Let's see what Sora wants to run. See this pulse comes through. Immortality Field does not catch him. Does protect 3 of the other players, but then as it fades away, they're all super low and do get taken out anyways. But I want to see if they want to keep this Venture or if they want to swap to something else here.
Sora kind of has been leaning into playing the Venture. So yeah. I'm expecting just a Sim TP forward into a very similar swap. We'll see if that ends up changing, though.
I feel like they could actually just run the Symmetra, but if they want to run this comp, but at the end of the day, this is going to be the swap that we expected. And Scarlet is actually swapping over to this Echo, so can have a nice cross angle set up here on this neutral. But Telomere, once again, getting the better of the beginning of this fight.
Pushing forward, playing aggressively here. Dodge out on the axe from the side of Amaterasu into the Ice Block. Protected as Mimosa nearly gets traded out. So far, kill's not going to be found. And for a second, I thought that was going to be a drill dash off the side of the map. And Sora doesn't manage to avoid that fate, but still, the cleanup from the rest of Nyam is going to be swift here as they go ahead and pick him off and the cap comes in. So for now, Sanctum is theirs.
Yeah, the Immortality Field buying some time again here for Shizuku, but perhaps, you know, a different flex support that offers a little bit more sustain to this comp could be better, as this is kind of a disaster.
Yeah, this is a big aggressive rush forward here as Amataro able to find a headshot, peels off one. Mimosa is going to be gone, but he's not find anything else. Some follow-up, little unburrow kill will take out Docs, but Pulse Bomb to find Pete. Pete, so are going to be cycled back. And Nyam will just have to wait for the tank to go ahead and rejoin them, but should be getting taxied by Mimosa at the moment.
Yeah, Scarlet has the duplicate. Can just copy. I mean, he can honestly copy pretty much whoever he wants here. May go for the May, just for the fast Blizzard and just the extra secure of the point. Could just go for a copy onto the Ramatra. Will be Venture.
Scarlet, yeah, goes for the Venture. Immediately is able to take out Sora with that one. Drill dash across. Misaku eliminated, looking for the push off, and all built up, and that's just going to be catastrophic here as Suzuku ends up falling. Pete did go down into the pit, and that is a very nice cleanup here off the back of Scarlet on the dupe.
Yeah, really only having to use that duplicate. Mimosa not even having the sound barrier available here. They have still so many tools. Telomere are going to have some of their own, but only if they get to the point. Oh, nasty.
Rampage across onto 4. Sora able to go ahead and dodge out of this one. Sound barrier used from Hidesako trying to keep everybody alive, and Docs will end up falling. Why not committed? Kitsune rush there on the back end to try to turn the tide to the fight, and he's able to find one, so Suzuki going to be taken down. They still have to make their way over onto the point. They burned the Blizzard, so they don't have that to try to hold this. Flip comes in, though. NyamGaming just not in position to really fight over it as Mimosa hunting for a knockoff. Docs comes back in. There's the boop. Can he find it? Nope. Drill dash across. Kill is going to be found as he beat with the Annihilation. He's able to take down Scarlet with Sora, Amataru, now Hinasaku, all going to be eliminated as Mimosa just continues to ride the walls, looking to try to just send him down into the depths below once more. Jump forward for the seismic slam. Kill comes across. The counter flip back in. NyamGaming now poised to go ahead and close out Nepal.
Yeah, very much a nice try from Telomere, obviously getting the flip, but not having any real control over the point means that is just going to be an easy 2-0 here after
even.
that.
Seems like no. Body block comes in. They stop him. Pete cannot get access. And that's going to be Nyam picking up the first map win.
Just pretty straightforward. You know, the Venture, I don't hate it, but I feel like it doesn't work that well with their composition. They also have a Batiste, right? If they had an Ana with this, you know, maybe you can get an extra health bar on your Ramatra, or enemy team could get heal denied, or maybe you could have a Bionade to keep your team alive. Because the immortality fields were placed really well. They, like, he kept getting like a 3-man, 4-man immortality field, like, all right, nobody can die. Then the immortality field died, and then they died because they couldn't turn during that moment. You know, if the enemy dive is coming through at the same time and you hit a big nade, you can both protect your team, but then also heal, deny, and do some damage back. You could also single target heal the Ramatra very well. So can the Batiste to a certain extent is going to have a lot of healing output there. What you'll lose, obviously, some of Batiste's damage, but I don't really feel like that was all too impactful in this comp. So the Venture and the Batiste, maybe just some comfort here coming through from the side of Telomere, but didn't end up helping them all too much. The May almost worked out. Like, they clearly have a good concept here. The execution just is unfortunately not quite there yet.
Yeah, I mean, it's just a, you know, fairly standard brawl, but with the Venture in instead of something like the Reaper. But just outdone a little bit there, but Telomere, I mean, putting up some fights. I like the early aggression that they were showing. It got them success on, you know, on Village especially, to be able to get that first cap, but just having the May be the one that ends up being the casualty, you don't have an easy way to try to rejoin with the team, so they feel like, okay, we have to pull back over towards, you know, our main, get the May back in, and then by that point, already you have Nyam who's just swooped in, gotten the flip, takes the fight right to you, and then you're on the back foot from then on out. So I think, you know, there's some correctable things here for the side of Telomere, and as time goes on, hopefully we're going to see those get fine-tuned and see the improvements coming in.
Yeah, I do think that Daisy did a really good job of tracking where everybody was on the Tracer all the time, like constantly figuring out, okay, are they taking this angle, are they taking this entrance, are they taxiing, are they going to try to force a fight? There was never any secret for what Telomere was trying to do, so you know, just good tracking. This is like quite standard, common for any level of pro Overwatch, right, in any region, but still, he did a good job of making sure he always knew where they were and what rotations they were making. Pulse bomb impact was quite high, and obviously the duplicates, too, were pretty important. So I do feel like the DPS line got a little bit outclassed. The coordination was better. And if you're a Nam fan, you're kind of looking at this going, well, we dropped 2 flips, but that's it. You're feeling pretty good about how good you are doing against this high school squad. And I know that's weird to say, but quantifying the win, I think, is where we're at right now. This team is just not a pro team. Not yet.
Yeah. I mean, yeah. For Nyam, like the way that you're kind of posing it, and I don't want to be that harsh on Telomere because they're a high school squad, but it kind of is a similar effect to like Shanghai Dragons in the first season of the Overwatch
I knew
League.
you were going to say it. Like when you were like, I don't want to say it, but
It
I
just,
was like,
it's the
coming.
gift that keeps on giving. Let's go ahead and reference the 0-40. You just don't want to be, that first team that ends up, dropping the game to the high school squad. Because for you, you're like, no, like we are pro gamers. At this point, maybe a lot of our players actually do work, full-time positions, but they come out and they compete after they finish their jobs. It's like I want this to be my thing. I want to become a full-time pro gamer. Don't want to be dropping series or even maps or control points to a high school squad. So that's going to be a pride point for those guys. And for Telomere, I think it'd be such a great hurdle for them to jump. And they've been very upfront and frank with their expectations. They're like, we just want to win a map, at some point in the season. Like, that's kind of the goal.
They were like, we want to tick on like escort hybrid. We want to get like one checkpoint. They've gotten a few captures of points, right, in control. They haven't been able to win a map. They haven't been able to take really big objectives on other map types. We have a big change that we were just told about, which is that Sora is going to be moving to tank. And Pete will be moving to DPS.
And I have no idea what that means. What does that end up looking like?
I don't know. We just don't know.
I'm excited for it. I think the reason why I like Pete as a name so much is it kind of reminds me of the sound of like the Roadrunner. Looney Tunes.
Yeah.
Sounds like him going like meep meep.
Yeah. No, I feel that. It's kind of unknown to us like what their skill sets are outside of their main roles because they're high elo players, right? So they played together, found each other, became a team through high school, right? And they're all super high elo, right? Like they're not pro players. They haven't played in the pro scene for a really long time, but this is kind of like the path to pro, right?
Yeah.
So I'm sure that they play a ton of ladder and can off roll. So I expect that will be, we'll be seeing some decent performances. Like I don't know what to expect, to be honest, but I feel like they wouldn't make this decision if they weren't prepared to swap it up. Maybe they have a specific hero that they're both good at that role for this swap to come through.
That is kind of my expectation. So I'm curious to see which side it lands on. Is it that Pete feels more comfortable in this specific DPS role that they want to be playing, or is it Sora that's more specifically tuned to playing whatever tank they end up coming out with? Curious to see is it something like a diva? Does maybe Pete not play that so much, but Sora has plenty of hours on it and feels comfortable to run diva on Saravasa?
Yeah,
I don't know.
The one hero that comes to mind for a DPS player swapping to tank is Zarya. And I think a lot of people would be like, I thought you were going to say Doomfist. I mean, that's fair, because Doomfist used to be a DPS, but we'll find out, Achilleos.
That we shall. Saravasa ready to go. The map select here for the side of Telomere. So let's go ahead and jump into some Flashpoint as well. I'm looking at this.
Yeah, some hints potentially.
Potentially, as the cast could certainly see some playtime. But the Reinhardt would be very, very interesting. But are they...
They're just going to run the same thing?
I was going to just run the same comp. That would be very, very funny, especially if it ends up working.
Well, we're still trying to...
Pete, you're a DPS now.
I'm going to have to get the fans to try to get Telomere up to 5%. I think we had a 2% day, 1 and 2%. I'm going to have to get the faith going for these guys.
Let's show them some love.
Yeah. All right, so it is just going to be the same composition with Pete on Venture.
I love it.
But, I mean, look, play what you practiced,
Sure.
It's basically Control. It's Flashpoint is a different version of Control, right?
But that's the thing. It could be map-centric. That is absolutely a possibility, but Mimosa able to go ahead and get his hands dirty, finds first blood as Inazaki is going to be taking down headshots across from the Alari. As NyamGaming just going for pretty much stock standard ball composition here.
Yeah, I didn't see the swap for Mimosa to DPS in the subs, but apparently in terms of how he's playing this early Alari here on the first cap, will be doing some big damage. Daisy as well, layering that through. So it is the Ashe composition coming through. Ashe Tracer, very common on this map, but it's usually Winston that comes through with this style of comp. That's a
huge
big
anti
one.
from White Hawk.
Yeah.
And right as it expires, Tower going to be taken down. Everything's going to be safe, but shot in from the Ana. Daisy finding the follow-up. And now Doc's just going to be going crazy here, forcing him away from the point even further.
Daisy on this cross angle as well. getting some pretty good line of sight. No threat in this composition outside of Pete to get on top of him, and Pete's just been sticking with the squad. So this venture, once again, kind of struggling to find value. So they will regroup, but we're already at 70% here.
70%, but for now, Whiteout's still going to be gone. So no Lucia. Okay, I was going to say no Lucia, so they can't go back and taxi him forward, but now it's no Lucia for the side of Telomere. This is going to be forced to use that immortality field on himself, but it expires rather, and Scarlet's able to collect the kill. Pulse bomb now at the ready, should he feel the need to invest it, but Sora will fall. We'll give a nice little wave here, Scarlet, as he helps take down Amatero, and the first flashpoint goes the way of Nyam.
Is maintain an ult advantage too, moving into the second flashpoint? We'll see where that is.
Well, now it's a change-up. Big change-up here from Telomere.
Yeah, gonna swap over the Winston, and also the Brigitte, but this is a better comp, I feel like, for what they're trying to do.
It is.
That won't help, but let's see if they can somehow make a miracle happen here, because it looks like Nyam is gonna get this first cap. They have so many ultimates to utilize in this fight as well. I don't know if they'll need them as Docs.
Death from above. Here comes the minefield into the pile driver. It actually does end up whiffing. So doesn't actually get the connection, but now can just turn his sights over onto Suzuku and just hounds him down here alongside Scarlet. Anti across, but no one there to try to follow up the back of that as the HP bars just get shredded on the way in. And also not needing to be committed outside of the minefield. Doc's going to be collecting 3.
Yeah, 3K for him. See if he can get anything else. Nah. But that will be the cap. A little bit of a delay of it, but it will come through.
It's like, okay, calls made. That one's not working out. I think Amatero really wants to swap, but has this Blizzard, so he's basically just trapped on the May.
That's exactly what I was going to say. Is I think if you want to run a real dive comp, you should definitely swap to something like the Tracer, but he's kind of priced into the Blizzard. See if he can get anything done with it.
Captive Sun on several players. Amatero going to be taken down. And his Mimosa is just absolutely devastating them. And it's eliminated, but hey, nice little volley.
You know, I have been trying not to criticize team kill. I've been trying not to criticize the comps too much here for Telomere so far this season, but I think on our third series we can get into it a little bit. But you know, 3 team fights basically with Blizzard not used because you lost the fight before you get to the point really showcases why this comp is going to struggle. And I don't know if it really matters. You know, if he swaps here, he's not going to have any ultimate. Might get picked anyways, but I hope at least they can launch a Blizzard and contest at 99.
Yeah. They're going to have the Blizzard. Pete ult about to be online. Docs wrapping around as there's the overrun team. Okay, Blizzard now going to be invested. Doc's going to be frozen up. Keeps the shield though, and the rest of the team is still suffering. Pete able to turn things around a little bit. Finds himself a double kill, but eventually Moza will finish him off. It's going to be another team kill. As Nyam now moves up to map point.
I wonder if Pete swaps off after that tectonic shock, because the fight was probably lost before, but he is just going to keep it. Amatero does swap after the Blizzard, but it is going to be to Ashe, which...
So they're still going to be trying to just utilize this venture in place of a Tracer.
Yeah, basically.
What we're seeing the ball is, Amatero just going to get picked off. Docs has just been a menace.
Yeah, he really has. And now he's got another minefield. Maybe this one will be more successful than the last. As they are on this point, but it's a bit early.
Support's going to be taking down Docs again, able to find a multi-kill here as Burrow comes through, but Pete, there's no escape.
I think Nyam have really identified that this team is not grouping quickly enough or properly together, and I think that the Wrecking Ball is so perfect of a pick into a team that's a little bit disjointed, doesn't have the same coordination as you, as another swap comes through, as Amatero is now going to be playing the Sombra. That's ult efficient, potentially. But yeah, I mean, Docs is just catching people. They're getting cut in half. Half the team's on the point, half the team's trying to rotate. They do have this Kiriko ult now, as Amatero is in trouble.
It does receive some healing, so we'll be okay for now. Kitsune Rush available, as you said. And they get the inside track, just wrap it around the backside of the point here. Flip now going to be threatened, and final contest does come in. Amatero going to be just melted down. Kitsune Rush going to be used here to try to keep Sora alive as best as possible. Saku can also try to build up this barrier, but ultimately will get taken down as the pile driver comes across. And Scarlet now just go ahead, isolate, and pick off Suzuku. So counter flip back into their favor. NyamGaming about to move past 50%.
Yeah. If they could have built an EMP, you know, if Amatero had been able to survive, could have been a better story here, as PP will survive and get a recall. Small victories, as he will be forced away into the ground. And Amatero, I mean, this is so strong into ball, right? I mean, so is the May if you can get the freezes, but Wydot's down. That was well played.
Trade out though. Suzuki does end up falling. Minefield now in play here on the point. His captive son comes down up over the top of the cage fight. Misaku picked off Mimosa. It's just been an absolute menace here with this Alari. Flip was given over here to Telomere, but now as NyamGaming go ahead and get this back into their control. I don't think this is going to be able to be a touch unless Hinasaka can really get his way over to that point, but already being contested out in front, and there you go. Ticked up to 100%. NyamGaming get a 3-0 to go ahead and close out Suravasa, taking them now up to match point.
Yeah, pretty one-sided affair. I think the Wrecking Ball is such a good... It's just such a good pick into a team like this. You saw it even when he went for the like chandelier play where he looked for the big pile drive or the minefield. Doesn't really catch anybody. The Maywall keeps everybody alive, but then who's left behind? Shizuku. He's all alone on the Ana. There's so many moments where they're like trying to contest the point, but then the backline's exposed. And if you have Tracer, you have Wrecking Ball, and even the Ashe like works so well in this situation where the Ana is like left alone trying to heal from far away. Then okay, yeah, there's a wall put up, the Maywall goes up, and then Ashe has line of sight on our Ana. She dies, or the Tracer gets on top of her, she dies. They just kept getting picked apart piece by piece. And learning how to move as a team and identify these flank angles and stuff, that takes like hours and hours and hours, like thousands of hours really to figure out as a squad. Tons of scrim time, tons of games like this that you play and you learn and you watch your replays.
Yeah.
So we'll see if they can continue to develop. But obviously right now, Nyam, one of our best teams in this tournament, is kind of bopping them.
That they are. Match point is in their hands. So one final map pick for the side of Telomere to try to get that map win on the board, extend the series a little bit, but from there it would be a reverse sweep. And not to be mean, that just doesn't seem possible. The team that has had their struggles, I mean, we're literally watching this team develop in real time, you know, week over week. Obviously, we're not seeing scrims and all of that kind of stuff.
But you can see some improvements.
Yeah, but we're starting to see those improvements. It's kind of like, you know, the movie Boyhood, where you're just watching across the course them grow up, except I like this team, and Boyhood sucks.
I didn't actually. I just saw the trailer. That's all I know about Boyhood.
Anybody who used to watch the old OWCS streams knows that I hate Boyhood. It took 12 years to make. But, yeah, we're going to go to a quick little break here. When we come back, we'll get into Map 3, so we'll see you on the other side of that. Alrighty, we are back and about to go into Game 3 in our first series here at the start of the week of OWCS Japan. And right now, Telomere, they're down 0-2. They got one more map pick. They've got everything other than Flashpoint open to them. Where do they go?
Well, based on the fact that they took us to Flashpoint, I would guess like push. I don't know. Push is where they took us last time. Yeah, I could see that. I mean, they were playing a lot of May with dive sort of esque with Venture. I think you probably just don't want to go. I love when I do this and then like they always go exactly where I say. They probably don't want to go to like Circuit Royale. I feel like if you have a good Widowmaker on the other side, which they do, sadly.
Yeah.
As we were gonna have the swap back of tank and DPS.
Yeah. So Sora's back to DPS. Pete back over to tank.
Yeah. I feel like you don't want to deal with Widowmaker if you're an amateur team because. Look, I played in the talent takedown that one time against the Britomaker.
Yeah.
You go back and watch that game and watch my Mora. Like, I come out of my little teleport and it's just like, dead. Wolf is dead again. Wolf's dead again on the kill feed.
Why you gotta bring that up? Because I was the one playing Widow on the other side that was supposed to contain him. And I failed miserably, in fact. I think I only killed Bren like maybe twice in that series.
I was just one-tricking Moira at the time. Because I had bad hands.
I swear, my performance would have been better if I had brought my own mouse and keyboard into the studio, but I didn't do that because the ones that I think I was using like the Overwatch, like the Razer mouse that they had at the studio or something. It was whatever they had on hand, and I play with a much heavier, larger mouse typically. So I didn't have any of my stuff set up. So I kind of set myself up for failure off the rip, but you know, it was what it was, and.
Dude, I just cursed this, man. It's actually insane. This is happening.
We swear we had no idea.
I did not know.
We do not know what maps they're going to.
But like, it's been so funny because this has happened so many times in Japan and in Korea, where I'm like, no, I think I have a pretty good read on what this team is doing and what they're good at and what would be a terrible choice. And then they always pick what I say they shouldn't pick. It's a curse. If you've been watching, you know that you know this because it's happened so many times. But yeah, here we are. We are doing this now. Maybe Sora just got a good Widowmaker himself. Like maybe he's gonna pull that out. Maybe he's like, I'm gonna give this a shot. Maybe because we don't have good counterpoint. Maybe like we don't have good enough coordination to play a real like standard comp and play around ult economy. If we have the hands, if we click on heads, maybe we can take a map off this team.
Well, we will see what the game plan looks like. We have been seeing more and more teams straying away from the Widowmaker battle on Circuit Royale. Not sure if there was some gentleman's agreement that was made somewhere that we didn't hear about, but there have been a lot more teams that are starting to just pivot away and go for, you know, an Ashe, if not even just straight up more Brawl. So I think that might end up being what this is going to be for the side of Telomere, but for NyamGaming, can just run that Widowmaker and potentially be unhindered. Let's see what happens. So we got Pete, back into the tank roll. Sora back over onto DPS. So let's go ahead and get ready to hop into Circuit and see if Telomere can get that map win. They will be first on the defense here. NyamGaming going to be starting things off on this attack. And looks like, okay, Amaterasu is going to be coming out with a Widow.
Okay, so it's Amaterasu. It looks like we did have a whoopsie with the observers with the UI, so Pete should be in the center as he is in fact playing tank. It's not that Sora's illegally playing DPS as a tank player. Last time this happened though, like that, swapped in game. You can do that now. In Overwatch 1 it was a little bit tricky, but in Overwatch 2 it is a pretty easy fix. So Hinasaku also on this Zenyatta, so they're trying to burst people down with Discord. And this can work. Like this is a pretty strong composition. They have the Pharah, Widow, so you have both the AoE, the extra layered damage, as well as finishing damage here with this Widowmaker. Daisy will match. Very similar compositions here.
It's a bit of damage there, but Widely is going to be okay.
A StarCraft fan, a Nova skin.
Ooh, Amaterasu.
Yeah.
Solid kill. Daisy going to be taken down for a little bit more, worrying about a flank, but now Scarlet fell as Suzuku is able to find it. And already off to a very good start here is Telomere.
Yeah, Shizuku helping to put some damage in there, as well as Pete is kind of losing control of the tank battle for just a moment, but will be healed up That Orb of Harmony coming through. As Daisy struggling to get line of sight here. We'll need to potentially look for a pop-up. There it is.
Shot attempt, but unable to find a glimpse there of Amatero on the opposite side, who's now looking to do very similarly here.
You know, this ended up being a pretty good choice here for Telomere. If Amatero's Widow is this good, that could be sometimes just enough to give a pretty big win, as they still don't have this corner push just yet.
He ends up getting taken down as okay. Daisy starting to come alive. Comes up with 2, and Scarlet also gets involved. Shizuku now going to be taken down, and that's going to be the breakthrough here onto A. Decent time by about a minute and a half taken off the clock. Let's see if anybody can try to go for a touch, but yeah, with Pete still respawning and Daisy doing that.
Caster Chris, you know, I was like, man, Amatero, like, he's getting it done. Like, you know, he's got the hands for it. Maybe he just wins the Widow duel and they win the fence, and then he instantly gets like 2 kills and then ends up getting this additional one here onto Amatero, Daisy that is. And so a one-man push here for Y-Dot as Amatero dies again.
Daisy is just starting to really take over. Holy hell. Clean shots coming out from this Widow here.
He took what I said personally.
He did. Scarlet will be taken down. Hisaku able to answer one back, but is right up into the face here of Docs. It doesn't end up falling to that accretion.
Yeah, they have spawn advantage too. It's a pretty good trade here actually for the side of NyamGaming, especially if Daisy is just going to keep eliminating people by himself. He hasn't even used his ult, so it's going to get even worse when he actually has wall hacks.
I think he's just going to wait for Amatero to go ahead and get his online. Means that he's not going to be cycling another one, but never mind. Okay, just goes ahead and pops it.
He's like, wow, he still doesn't have it yet. Oh, man.
Dangerous spot to be in for Sora there. Scarlet somewhere is going to go ahead and get some rockets across and take out Amatero, playing off the back of that body shot that come through from Daisy. Pick up there from the Flux. And Sentence to keep them alive. Now they're answering Flux coming through on the opposite side, but the Immortality Field comes out from Y-Dot to go ahead and keep protected. Amatero again taken down by Scarlet. Opens up with that barrage, able to find Hinasaku. Does get eliminated by Sora at the same time, but ultimately doesn't matter too much. The one casualty is that it's going to be the cap on B Team kill. And now NyamGaming will go on for the final stretch. Yes, I'm going to be doing that every time I'm on the Japanese broadcast.
And about 1 out of 10 times he will tell you that he's going to do it every time.
Yep. Just for anybody who's confused, tuning in for the first time perhaps, which is what we do.
So in 9 more team kills, I'll tell you again. But right now, it was a slow start, but the ball is truly rolling. And by ball, I mean cart. And by cart, I mean this Widowmaker that is just taking heads off and is looking for another opportunity.
And by this Widowmaker that's just taking heads off, he means Daisy.
Yeah, and by Daisy, I mean the hitscan player for NyamGaming.
Not the flower.
And by the hitscan player for NyamGaming, I mean one of the teams in OWCS Japan Stage 2. So, let's see if, just keep the view on Daisy. That's what I want. I just want to watch Daisy.
Well, we got a bit of a battle happening over here.
See,
Daisy,
we want to watch him, and then we miss it.
Okay, we did miss it. We missed the 1 kill here, but now Sora going into the back, is able to get up over the top of Y-Dot, finds that elimination. Amatero once again able to find Daisy, though. And it's going to be a decent amount of space bought here. Go ahead and start slowing up the cart for now, as both accretion's going to be going wide. The cart's starting to roll back, so maybe Telomere finally starting to find their footing a bit. Still need Amatero to continue to deliver on this Widow battlefront, though.
Doc's about to have his ult online. He is just on cart duty right now. Amatero trying to find an angle, but you can see his line of sight is so limited. Still has a really nice angle here, but doesn't take that shot while fully charged.
Meanwhile, Sora picked off Daisy. Will find the kill. He's going to be taking Amatero, going to be forced off the angle for now. As Flux gets the pick up, catching him right on the edge. And unable to escape, unable to get over towards Shizuku, who will also suffer the similar fate. Scarlet's able to go ahead and find that elimination. Now they've got the walls rolling here from the infra site. Up into the air goes Pete, but down he comes dead. As the accretion will go ahead and confirm that one. Sora picked off Captive Sun, Amp Matrix, everything in the kitchen sink. Throwing at this one as the cart will glide forward. It's going to be a finish on circuit with 2:43 to spare.
Very nice time bank here for Circuit Royale. It's a pretty crazy one. But again, Telomere did have a pretty nice defense initially on the first point. We're able to win like 2-3 team fights there. I wouldn't really call them team fights per se, but we're able to get some picks and slow the cart and maintain that first corner control. See what their attack does look like here. I think the composition will not change. I think even the Zenyatta is fine here. So they'll probably keep it the same. It would be really meta if they just swap back to their Venture May Ramatra comp here and just tried to hard force the way around the wall before Daisy can really get those headshots through. But I don't advise it, but I wouldn't be shocked just based on how this has looked so far. Pete's going to show his Reinhardt. That's I don't think he's going to play it, but he's going to at least like put it in the spawn room. And
maybe he's just going to take it so he has the instant shield.
Yeah, just hold it up for Amatero, yeah.
Oh, he's got the cardboard skin.
Love it. What does that say? Stop moving. I can't read what his hammer says. It's okay. Amatero's got better things to do than to read stuff out to me. Scarlet will be on Echo, by the way. Not going to be running Tracer with this, as Dox will still be there for his own mobile barrier.
Scarlet maybe just anticipating that this is going to be a far on the other side. Can get some decent aerial dominance with the Echo. He's looking for that jump up, and nope, there goes the shot.
He's a knower.
So for now, yeah, friend shield was raised. He's working his way out.
We're Reining!
He's doing it. Okay.
Okay, this comp is very unique. Amatero over to the Symmetra here with Genji. So it's one part dive, one part phalanx. So Genji can get into the backline while they just roll this cart forward, try to get the corner control. Can work, maybe.
Cart's starting to be brought forward. Shield, though, going to be going low there from Pete. Stun across on a Sora. Christian's able to connect. Scarlet spotting out the Lucio, goes in for the kill, finds it. Hinasaku assassinated. And is now the cart stranded.
Yeah, the rest of the team is also separated as well from their Lucio, so a lot of healing lost, a lot of movement speed lost. We'll try to regroup.
TP looking for the pinch, nearly goes off the side of the map there, but they're able to get on top of Daisy, so the play comes up with the goods. Beam across to just try to stave off Sora, but Dox, in the meantime, gets in on top of Amatero, and Sora will fall. Dox just collecting him here in the side room. Immortality Field coming across. PP able to find one. Suzuku come in, swoops through, finds the tank. It's more space opened up, so the cart can once again get rolling, but it's just now kind of getting over here to the hairpin.
Pretty greedy from Nyam to actually try to fight in the room against a Reinhardt there. Could have just backed off and given corner control, then used their range advantage, but they kind of just went straight in. Dox got that elimination initially, so perhaps he was like, okay, we actually can win this. We have the numbers, but he has a hammer, and it's a choke point. He's getting a lot of cleave damage through there. Then we'll get the corner taken either way as they TP forward.
TP up on the high ground. Quick, a little pump of the brakes, the swing, and Daisy annihilated. Wydot is able to find one. She will fall. Ult's starting to come in as there's the flux. Scarlet gets rid of Sora. Amatero going to be taken down. Daisy now actually swapping out. Says, okay, I'm not going to be playing the Widowmaker anymore.
Yeah, just keeps getting teleported onto, so he's like, I've had enough.
Can't TP onto him if he's in the skies, but this is so rare that we see Farah and Echo in play at the same time.
Yeah, double flyers, but it is very strong into no hit scan really here of any kind, any real long-range damage. Telomere is so desperately close to that first capture point they've been talking about. They wanted to get one of their big goals for the season. High ground control.
Maybe they can find him, but Scarlet again is just here in the backlines wreaking havoc, able to find Sora, picking him apart. The Genji just so vulnerable here to the likes of that Echo with the beam. Pete now shield raised. He's getting pushed upon. Mortality Field has to be burnt to keep him alive. They do have the Shatter ready to go. Mortality Field cleared out. Damage continuing as that's just a concussive blast right out into the open for Wydot to collect the kill. A solid alley-oop set up from Daisy as Pete tries to escape but cannot.
Yeah. Scarlet here gonna duel Sora. Stickies didn't quite go off there.
The flex was up.
Yeah, so that's a big boon that he's not going to have to respawn, but we'll have to go back to the spawn room anyways. And now just full control here for Nyam. And Telomere's ultimates aren't necessarily useful until they get to the cart, so if they use them early, that's just a free win here for Nyam.
Jump away, they know that Shatter is going to be online. Beat now going to be sent down, Immortality Field going to be cleared. Shizuka and Hinasaku both going to be taken out here as the kills continue to fly. Sound barrier just not enough for them to try to stay alive. Photon barrier as well was committed in. Amatero gets a parting gift kill here on the Daisy, but it's going to be reset off the side of the map with 20 seconds remaining here for Telomere.
No sound barrier anymore. The blade doesn't have any synergy for it. Like, there's no real long-range healing to keep him alive, as here comes the dupe. They're trying to look for some split kills here.
The Immortality Field taken out, but break on the dupe comes through. Scarlet now in a bad position. Stickies go across. Cart now rolling back. Scarlet going to be taking down the barrage. The deflect. Zora trying to steal this away. Shot still coming. The blade now pulled out. He's got 54 HP remaining. Shatter dropped in. Stuns there on the docks. Fire strike. Bit of a fadeaway here as Pete tries to bring the cart forward. They're so damn close to making it happen. The contest is not going to be there. Now we had 2.5 minutes.
They got it.
They got their point.
They got their checkpoint. They were able to capture A. They look like they will lose the ensuing fight, but they got A. And that's, right now, that's all that matters.
Oh, Dox, he saves his own life, popping that flux. Didn't want to get taken off the side of the map. We'll go ahead and get the follow-up.
Hey, plus 230. Little bit of extra gameplay here on Circuit Royale, extending the series. And yeah, I'm surprised actually PP was able to get stunned only on the docks actually, but look at this comp and you're like, well, who does he shatter? As Daisy's gonna swap to Bastion. So that's a rarity when Krusty's not in the coaching booth. We'll see what he can get done with this. Is probably a lot.
I mean, it's a rarity for a rarity. You got a Reinhardt on the opposite side. You want to break down that shield quickly. Bastion going to be one of the best ways to do it. So we're going to be taken down as Scarlet now is going to say, okay, I'm going to go for the Vara.
Omnic Wars cosplay. Here we go. Teleport through.
Being back to the opposite side of the cart now. Looking for that pin. Narrowly misses out on it. But Daisy's still going to be taken down. Corral in on top of the Bastion and find that kill. Shizuka going to be the one casualty so far here on the side of Telomere. The photon barrier again is going to be placed. Motaru does get eliminated. Here's Pete. Swings around wildly. Picks up the kill on the docks. From now,
okay,
can start moving forward.
We're now going to Junkrat. We're changing it up. We're going through the roster. Doomfist, Junkrat, Vara, yeah.
Why not? Killing Sora.
Yeah. So
things are getting crazy.
They are getting a little crazy, but it's very entertaining. Maybe not if you're Pete here. Okay, we'll get out. And they're going to get back control of this corner. Now they've got a Doomfist player on. Captive Sun, if set in the right angle behind that Rhine shield, can be very high value here with this Junkrat AoE. Nyam are like, oh, you guys are going to play a little silly? We'll play a little silly. And look at the damage coming through. He's already half of that Riptire, and he's got such a good angle.
Yeah, just spamming through.
Here we go.
The TP right into the Captive Sun. Immortality Field lasting for a little while longer, but
oh
ultimately,
my God.
Mimosa going to be coming up with 3. Wideout gets Pete. And that means that, yep, there's the cleanup as Sora was the last one standing. That's going to be a team kill with 14 seconds remaining. Team kill. As Telomere, they got their point. But can they go any further?
I thought, like, all he's got to do is get it behind the shield, but on top of the Sim teleporter.
Oh, the trap.
The trap kill in my OWCS Japan.
Indeed. Well, we got silly, we got muddy, but Nyam, they got the win. 3-0 over Telomere.
Very interesting final map of Circuit Royale, but you know what? Telomere got their checkpoint. That's more than they could have said they had in their last 2 series. They went 3-0 or lost 3-0 to INSOMNIA, and before that lost 3-0 to LAZULI. I think they were able to get 1 round of control, but that is all they have been able to otherwise get. Haven't been able to take a map, but now at least added that checkpoint goal to their list of accomplishments. And it was a pretty unique playstyle that we saw from them. I think it definitely threw Nyam off a little bit, but they were able to bounce back pretty well, as they are the more coordinated team, even against weirdness. I voted for Dox. Yep. I thought he had the better tank performance over Pete/Sora.
I'd probably, after the map, I would actually maybe, if I had the opportunity, change to Mimosa. The Alari on both Suravasa and here on Circuit was pretty damn clean.
Yeah, really nice Captive Suns.
Yeah.
Good shots on Suravasa. But chat's going wild.
We'll have to see. Yeah, we're in the future chat, so you'll be hearing this in about 3 minutes' time, but we can see you guys freaking out as Telomere was finally able to get their cap. And I'm sure that the craziness is going to continue when you start seeing the, oh, there's the Bastion. Yep, that just propped up. When the Junkrat comes into play.
Yep.
There's gonna be some insanity going on in there. But yeah, I mean, an interesting game for Telomere. I think, you know, finally, kind of that first hurdle, the baby hurdle, has been jumped. They stuck the landing. They got the first checkpoint. From there, it's going to be the map, and then from the map, it's going to be a win.
And from the win, it's going to be winning OWCS Asia, the LAN.
Oh my God!
And from winning that, straight to Esports World. I don't know.
From that, Crazy Raccoon drops all their players. They pick up Telomere.
And from that, Pete, Prime Minister of Japan.
I would vote for him if I could. Don't know anything about you, Pete, but I love what you're doing. Some great moments throughout that one, though. I did like the strategy. Is very Spitfire-esque.
Hey, Mimosa gets it. Not wrong.
Okay. You know what? A lot of times when the ops team and Japanese casters, etc., whoever gets the vote, when they disagree with us, sometimes we're like, I don't know about that. They don't know what's going on. We got the real truth. Today, though,
we're the frauds.
we realigned into the correct timeline where we submitted our votes a little bit too soon, and then the right guy got the win.
Yeah. We're the fraudulent English casters over here when the big brain JP casters are getting it done. Okay, here's the big one. Oh, not this one, actually. No, it's not even the big one. This one is the big one. Oh, high value. Captivating.
Yep. Absolutely fantastic. So, well, Mimosa now going to be added to the list of players that are collecting their accolades. Sorry, Docs, you don't get a second one here today.
Yeah. If maybe when Mimosa gets his next TM, he'll get the caps that everyone else has. He's so special and unique that he gets lowercase letters as well in this one. Hidden is the only player who's picked up 2 so far. So.
And an opportunity to maybe get a 3rd, depending on how that next matchup goes.
Nah, CC2's going to play Hanzo.
Or later matchup goes.
CC2's going to be in. He's going to be on the Hanzo. It's not going to be Hidden. Nah.
Could be. Could very well be. But for that one, we'll have to wait a little bit longer. Coming up next, of course, we're going to have VARREL going up against Namekuji Bros. So we'll see how that one shakes out. Because, we kind of set the stage at the beginning of the day. It's expected that we're going to have like 2 fairly one-sided affairs between these squads. VARREL, even in their shakier form right now here in Stage 2, have just looked better and a bit more competitive than Namekuji Bros. But Namekuji Bros are similarly on the up and up. So it's another squad that we're going to be zoomed in on, taking a look at here, because this is kind of the stage of growth.
Yeah, and VARREL really needs a bounce back. So if you're a VARREL fan, which I think a lot of you probably are because you're watching OWCS Japan, they have a ton of Japanese fans, obviously have been the strongest team in this region for a very long time. Very few changes to their roster. No real changes to their roster minus like retirement of Plankton this season. They should be doing better than they are. So I think maybe now is the time where they really put the grind in and take out Namekuji Brothers 3-0. Give those fans a little bit of hope that maybe they could still be dominant.
Yep. Well, that matchup is going to be coming up next. We'll take a quick little break, about 10 minutes or so, and then we'll come back and jump into the action, so don't go anywhere.
走りがアップ、これがきっかけになりそう。いや、エイド2コールが高すぎる。またエイドだ。うわちょっとエイドおわよ、これオールキル。のエリアは槍でうまく封鎖している。ここはゲージ、俺が見ているぞケース。さらにはベラサージ捕まえた。十分だケース、この制圧力、これでこそケース G だ。相手の裾を見たいところ、デッドアイ前に出てくる。さあテクデッドアイからのすれ違いところヘッドショット。
We're back. It's time to go to our second series of the day. This time we've got VARREL going up against Namekuji Bros. We got to see if you missed the first series. It was kind of a fast one, but Telomere got their first point capture on Circuit Royale. We weren't sure where they were going to take us for that final map. They went to Circuit. We thought it was going to be a bad idea, but hey, it ended up getting them that first point.
Yeah, it was some pretty wild Overwatch. They had some good Widowmaker moments, then swapped to Reinhardt and Symmetra, and then the enemy team was like, but they can't shoot up, and then they went double flyer, and as it turns out, they couldn't shoot up, and then they got the point with some really cool teleport action and just kept killing Daisy over and over again with teleporters until he swapped into a flyer. It was fun. It was a 3-0, however, but still a fun 3-0, and if you missed it, go watch that third map. That's the one I'd recommend.
For sure.
Now we see VARREL tested again. I think VARREL fans probably not happy with anything but a 3-0 or 3-1 win here. I think if you win this one through 3-2, you're like, oh boy, this is going to be a rough season. You lose this one, and then you're feeling even worse. Again, big favorite, not only just a fan favorite, but a team that should be favored not only to win this match, but to be at least top 2, I would say, with the roster that they have. And yet, so far, sitting at 1-1 here in OWCS Japan. Namekuji brothers, no more nozzle. It's budget nozzle, Necessal.
We get Necessal. And then we've got Peace, New Jeans there on the damage lineup, and then Kyo and Jisoo for the side of support that are going to be starting.
Nothing against Necessal, but his name, just compared to Nozzle, sounds like we have Nozzle at home. Yeah, Necessal has been pretty good. Obviously, this roster is a big upgrade over Namekuji Brothers' Stage 1 roster, but I think part of that is just simply because that roster had a specific playstyle that they mastered. This team is a little bit more flexible. By a little bit, I mean massively more flexible.
Yeah.
It doesn't have the same sort of brotherly energy, except Jisoo is obviously still the owner of the org and still part of this. But we'll see what they have planned for us for today, because they have a mountain to climb in our most iconic OWCS Japan team against them, and that is VARREL.
Yep, squad that has been together for quite some time and has always been dominant in the Japanese scene, but as of late, things have taken a slight little turn for the worse. Find themselves currently 1-1 overall, but compared to what we were seeing from them in Stage 1, that is far from the heights that this squad has hit. So, like you said, anything other than a 3-0, a 3-1 with some pretty decisive maps in the mix, I think is going to be disappointing for the VARREL fan base, because this team has been incredibly strong throughout their careers, and seeing them stumble a bit, it's a minor cause for concern.
Yeah, both of their series were 5-game series. They lost to NyamGaming, who played in our first series 3-2, and then, beat them in that 5th game, lost to LAZULI 2-3. So, Nepal again.
Okay, back to Nepal we go. not going to be doing the world tour like we have had in Japan here in the past. So Nepal for a repeat, maybe even the three-peat, but we'll have to wait for that third and final series to crop up once we get through this one. So Nepal to kick things off. And eyes, I mean, you know, even with some of the stumbles that VARREL have had across the two series played so far, my eyes still, of course, go to the side of Namekuji Bros because the onus is on them to be the ones that push VARREL.
I feel like NyamGaming has been pretty good on the DPS line. I think he's made this roster look like it can play standard comps, like it can play normal comps. And on the side of VARREL, I feel like NiKo and Kyuki haven't been as dominant as they were last split. So that's something that's a little bit concerning, but obviously can be tightened up. KSG, I think, as good as he always was. I think the team just maybe needed some time to gel.
Alrighty, well, let's go ahead and get back into Nepal for the second time tonight as we kick off our second series between Namekuji Bros and VARREL. Let's see if VARREL will get back into some of that dominant, older form, older in quotations, talking about earlier this year, or if Namekuji Bros will be able to go ahead and give them some trouble. Cecil showing some respect and love to his predecessor.
He knows. He knows where the shoes that he is filling are.
Honoring his ancestors.
Yeah. Look at this. Wait. All we need is the Hanzo. Aw. They were so close.
Not quite the full squad.
It is going to be Winston here, looks like, coming out. So pretty meta. Probably just going to be Winston, Echo, Tracer dive versus VARREL running, with the exception of the Diva, kind of standard Korean-style dive here with the Ashe to back it up.
Let's see how much trouble they can cause here for KSG. This can play into the Diva decently well here, but you mentioned them before. Kyuki, NiKo, the two that we're looking towards here on the side of VARREL to go ahead and open things up and find value for the squad.
KSG, point control goes to him. We'll actually try to force a recall out of NyamGaming.
We'll be able to clear things out. So VARREL with the first cap. This is going to be diving over here onto the flank, trying to get in on top of Cloud. He's able to go ahead and confirm that kill. The counterflip getting ready to come through as well, being threatened for a little bit, but fight necessitates a couple extra players to go ahead and vacate. But now the cap is ready to come through. Final contest is going to be coming out. Nice turn with the D-Matrix. Keeps himself protected. KSG able to keep himself in the mech and then finds the punish on the back end. NiKo with the 2 kills onto the support line also means that somehow, some way, VARREL actually win the fight despite losing Cloud off the rip.
Yeah, Cecil actually going super deep onto Cloud there. I think obviously it looks great when you get the kill, but using that cooldown and killing the support doesn't always end up being the value you're looking for, especially when they have that long sight line for NiKo. KSG is now going to control this choke point here. Big purple to come through, but won't lead to any eliminations, just buying some time. This piece comes over with the retake, or rather recontest.
Still be on cooldown here as Kyuki does build up that pulse bomb. That could end up being costly if he finds a good timing. And, well, I think NiKo just wanted to shoot his dynamite. But
yeah, he missed it and got a kill.
Happens to find peace instead. Kyo going to be taken down as KSG is able to find that kill. Kyuki down to 5 HP, pops the recall, keeps himself nice and alive as Jisoo, well, they're just going to look to try to stagger him as much as humanly possible. And as he goes up over the top, TPing over towards Cecil, he will fall. KSG perfectly positioning himself to be able to get that punish.
Yeah, was looking for the kill onto Cecil anyways, and then is able to, because Cecil is so low, kill both of them. Good teleport angle there, so Cecil's trying to taxi him out. Dupe committed.
Okay, Dupe does come through. Bob, though, from NiKo, just going to be sent right in front of the dropship, and this Dupe is going to be broken pretty much immediately.
I mean, we're looking at a spawn camp here.
We certainly are. NyamGaming's finally able to go ahead and deal with the Bob, then Peace gets taken down.
Just looking for that Tracer. They find him. As well as Jisoo.
Wrap around the flank. Quick recall out. Pulse bomb still in the back pocket. It's going to be a nano NiKo here as he does receive that. Quick touch to the point. Overtime going to be forced out. NiKo jumping back with a coach gun, keeps himself alive. And, well, mid shield bash across. Whip shot finds NyamGaming. Not going to be taken down. Pulse bomb lobbed in, catches onto the barrier though, so kill cannot be found off the back of that one as KSG is going to be forced out of the mech, but has the self-destruct to get himself back through, and also gets Cecil with the explosion. That should just about do it here. His Q will be taken down, and I don't think NyamGaming can get the touch. So 100-0, VARREL starting things off dominantly here on Nepal.
Yeah, I thought the first few fights definitely were pretty close, especially that initial, retake attempt from Namekuji Brothers. Looked like maybe they had it on lock with the pick there onto Cloud, but weren't able to actually regroup. And the D.Va, the thing about D.Va for KSG, and just in general for D.Va, is she actually is super mobile. Comparatively to Winston, like, you are still pretty quick. Winston is kind of cooldown based, but the D.Va can get a lot done even when she does use her thrusters. She can still offer damage at range and is very difficult to deal with because she has her D-Matrix. And, I mean, I feel like KSG's impact was just much larger on that map, and then the DPS were able to clean up house. Some cool moves from Jisoo on the Kitsune, or not on the Kitsune, on the Kiriko, to keep himself alive a few times, but they just never really had controls. They are going to run the same comp with Peace swapping onto Echo again. Mei, however, here for VARREL, as they're going to run Symmetra with this. This is kind of what I was talking about earlier. You run Symmetra, Mei on Village, super strong with the Ramatra, and they already get onto the point first, so this is going to be a very tough contest for Namekuji.
Some more Spitfire style brawling with that Ramatra in the mix. We'll jump back from Peace, keeping himself elusive for now up into the skies. Poking and prodding as an Echo can be difficult here on Village just because low ceilings on the point itself. So getting access, getting value can prove to be difficult. Nico going to be jumped on here, taken a little bit low, but ultimately finds some stability and charges up that beam. So Microwave in full effect. This is just a quick little TP over. Picks off Q. He's right back over to the point.
Great setup there from Nico. He has the turret set up on the opposite side of the wall. They have the ice wall to deny entry, or really any reinforcements, as Necessal gets cut off when he goes in. The charge up is there. They almost get Nico down, but he has that shielding. It's so difficult to kill him, especially when he has a Batiste to back him up, and then once he's charged, they just beam them down. 30% already here for VARREL. And I mean, no big Blizzard charge or anything like that, but again, you're still trying to crack this point as Namekuji, but as you can see, the Echo just can't get in.
Pretty difficult to do. Probably be necessary just to try to go ahead and gain some form of access. Who he decides to go for, though, it's a different question. PSG maybe. Let's get a copy here on the Ramatras. Ball comes up, trying to block off this Kitsune rush that forces him to reroute. Pulse bomb out from NyamGaming, not able to find any kind of kill there. There's a Matrix. Is used from the side of Cloud, and now beat dropped by Mint. Just trying to keep everybody nice and safe. Cloud will still fall. Cecil able to go ahead and cleave him down, but break is there onto the dupe. The beam coming across. Hounds down Mint. So supportless now are VARREL. It should be Namekuji getting the flip here for themselves. Just need to try to finish off these few remaining players. But Blizzard's going to be invested from the side of Kyuki, trying to turn the tides of the fight and maintain control at this point. And so far, it's working a treat. Nico at the same time, zoning back multiple players. It's the Annihilation from KSG is able to go ahead and claim two. Q and Necessal both going to be taken down. Kyuki the only trade back, but now NyamGaming is able to find one more. So Nico will fall. But still, VARREL in control, moving up past 90% here in a brief little moment as NyamGaming is trying to escape and will be able to do so, but they still have not gained control at all. Q desperately needs to get this beat online.
Yeah, they just don't have any backbone in this comp until they can regroup. They're somewhat regrouped now, but they still don't have the full squad. Sound barrier, though, could change things.
Okay, beat goes across, catches on the 4. Jisoo, the only one that has not received it. He's the beam. Find Cloud at the same time. This is a trade out. DPS player now going to be taken away. Photon barrier pushed up here from the side of Nico. Kyuki is just wreaking havoc. Looking alive and well here as he collects 4, maybe even an ace in the end. Couldn't quite see who got that kill, but either way, it is VARREL coming away with back-to-back 100-0s here on Nepal.
Yeah, very dominant start here for VARREL. Not what I necessarily expected going into this series. I thought they were going to be the dominant force in the series overall, but didn't expect the first map of Control to be that one-sided. They had really good reads on their comps. The second comp, obviously, the Ramatra Mei, Symmetra, so difficult to break into with Echo. And I think Peace really struggled to find value, obviously, as a result. And it was a very risky contest when they ended up losing control of the point there. I was like, oh, okay, they're actually going to commit the Ramatra ult here. Is this going to work? They don't have the numbers, but they were able to, because Ramatra's Annihilation just kind of ticks indefinitely. If you can sit on the point there, it's so difficult to actually overwhelm and kill him. You're putting all that damage to these members who are like zooming in and out, trying to actually contest and look for the pick, and then they kind of get zoned by the ultimate. It's actually really hard if you don't have the perfect coordination there. Kind of dropped the ball a little bit. I thought that could have been a huge angle, though, where VARREL do kind of commit a lot of ultimates there. They lose control of the point.
Sure.
Enemy team has sound barrier, but they just out-clutched them in that last fight. Risky decision, but it pays off.
Yeah, I think it all very much just came down to, I believe it was Kyuki playing the Mei, just deciding to lobby that Blizzard. Clears the entire point. It keeps the tank protected, so they can't actually take down the Ramatra. So then the Annihilation gets online, then he's able to use that. The supports who had previously been dead are able to rejoin, et cetera, and just created this big snowball effect right off the back of him just using that singular ultimate. And this feels a bit rough for Namekuji because it's basically 2 fights where it felt like they were going to be victorious, in both of these rounds. So starting on Shrine, then into Village. But they just can't quite clinch the fight. They can't close the door on it. And then that stops them from being able to ever gain access to the point.
There's a few maps where Echo Tracer feels really strong, and maybe that's where Namekuji brothers want to take us based on the play that we saw from them in Game 1. I feel like Dorado is very viable. You could run the Ashe Tracer instead as well. Like, you can play both of those. King's Row, I feel like it's fairly viable for A. So I'm just trying to think of where they would maybe want to take us for map 2. I definitely don't have a Wolf Curse map for this one where I'm like, well, they definitely shouldn't do blah, because Namekuji brothers have shown us all sorts of meta comps so far. I don't feel like they're limited in their playstyle, but just based on how they played map 1, maybe something like Dorado, King's Row. Trying to think of what else they might look towards here. Push, Colosseo feels like a map type that could work well for them. I think they will have to run the Ashe if they want to go to Colosseo, though, so not saying they won't and that they can't, but they didn't show it at all in Nepal. So the hard force of the Echo on Village was the one thing that really sticks in my mind of okay, well, this is going to be pretty tough to pull off.
Sure.
As we will have a sub.
Oh, okay.
Euclid is coming in.
Euclid's going to be stepping in. Kyo going to be stepping away for a brief little moment. So maybe some double flex.
Yeah, I haven't actually seen him play just yet. So they have a huge roster, by the way. They actually have 8 players registered, which is the maximum that you can have. So, I actually don't even know what position he plays. He subbed in for...
Subbed in for Q, so he's going to be on support.
Okay.
We had him on the... I think it was the only one that we had listed on the graphic, so might be the only bench player that they have for today.
Yeah.
But I would assume that this is a swap, given that Q is playing Lucio, to just maybe go for some double flex, so, Brig Ana, something within that's kind of mix. But
guess.
I mean, we also had Pete play DPS earlier, and they played the exact same composition to start, so anything's possible.
Yeah, we will see. But Namekuji brothers making some pretty bold decisions, obviously, against a team like VARREL. Double flex support, if that's in fact what we're going to see. I just don't have any info on this player right now. Makes me feel like maybe we're going hybrid, There's a few different ways you could play it out.
I mean, this could pretty much be damn near anything. I think it mostly comes down to, are they going to try to run a Winston comp? Because if you're going to try to run Winston, then, that could mean Blizzard World, but it could also mean that it's Rudisapi, or it could mean that it's just, I don't know, name a map.
We have seen a few, on Blizzard World, a few
Dorado,
weird, Ana Moira comps where you just kind of try to run a Genji and dive constantly into the A point, and you try to get around the edge. You have a really mobile comp with a lot of healing output. The Genji builds blades. It's going to be Paraíso. So definitely not the map I expected of the hybrid maps.
Yeah, I mean, it's not where my brain went to immediately, but it does feel like Paraíso is still kind of building up its popularity again, because it was out of the rotation for quite some time. But this does start pointing in the direction of okay, they're looking to run Winston. They want to have that Ana Brig come through to really just dive in alongside it, keep it supported, get the nanos out, etc. So that's where I'm leaning towards.
Yeah.
But we will have confirmation in a bit as we get ready to jump into this.
It looks like they definitely they came into the series going, okay, if we lose the first map, we have this specific plan. We're going to sub Euclid in. We have a rare map pick that isn't that common that we're going to play on. We have a specific comp we're going to play there. That looks like the game plan here. What said comp is going to be is probably what you said, but like you also said, we're about to find out.
Alrighty, well, game is ready, so let's go ahead and jump into this one. It's Namekuji's map pick as we go to Paraíso. See if they're going to be able to tie things up here against VARREL. As we can see, Euclid right there. Favorite pick, the Ana. And he's going to be playing Brig.
But you were able to identify wisely that it was just going to be Brig Ana Winston here, which is the standard common way to play this map, and a lot of other hybrid maps as well. We had Midtown in the pool. You can see this type of comp there too. We'll see what VARREL's response is going to be. So far, just looking like, you know, as they are the defending team, they'll probably be sticking with this D.Va, Ashe, Echo. So kind of similar to how we started off the first map of Nepal. As on attack here, Widow for a pop shot. Probably swap over to Ashe. To imagine. I mean, still, I think Widow is viable here, but difficult as yet. There's the Ashe swap.
Yeah, a bit more utility as well as protection
yeah,
from the dives. So once that Winston's coming at you, you want to be able to have that coach gun try to get away. Nice anti though will force Nico off his line. Dynamite burns him low, but not find the kill here for now. Cecil going to be trying to take control of this high ground. Anti across on the Jisoo, going to be at risk. The beam coming across, but it is the Dynamite that burns him down in the end. Opening kill going to be found here for VARREL. Cap had nearly come in though. I believe it was Peace who was actually looking for a back cap, but he nearly got the tick.
Yeah, wasn't quite able to do so, but super close. That would have been worth. Unfortunately, will end up coming up with nothing.
It's starting to bleed down now.
Yeah, we'll be off the point to regroup. Cecil does now have a lot of resources to keep him alive and set up for big primals. But it's kind of ult-based what Namekuji Brothers comp is trying to do on attack here, so trying to eco their way to some advantages, but not able to get a pick here, and that's the reset of this Winston.
Nico able to find the headshot as Peace will fall. Euclid going to be taken down. Jisoo is trying desperately to get that sleep dart out, but target not going to be found. As the cleanup continues, that is going to be just Cloud eliminated here. Slow run back for the Ana, so maybe a window of opportunity to try to play off here for Namekuji, but they need to start pushing up towards the point here as quickly as they can.
Yeah, Cloud's going to have his nano very soon here. A little bit faster build than Jisoo. It's a pretty huge edge for this next team fight. KSG practically immortal when he does have that nano boost, and we'll be able to access the back line. Just fly past the Winston. Speaking of Winston.
On to Kyuki, and actually doesn't pull the trigger. I thought maybe we would see the dupe be used. Try to get those iframes, keep himself alive, but doesn't opt to go for it, so we'll have that as he gets ready to rejoin. But it's another window of opportunity here for Namekuji as they start opening up some space. Lead forward here onto the point. Cecil trying to lead the charge. Does have that primal ready to go now. Pops it. Jisoo trying to get that nano ready to go to match in against KSG. Nano has expired, but self-destruct built up, rally ready to go from Mint on the opposite side.
Such a great defense from VARREL. I really love the patience of Kyuki, as it's not over yet. Mint
Rally is rolling. Kyuki now back into the fray, able to find one. Cloud going to be taken down. Pulse Bomb claims him, but Kyuki comes up with another. Nuchin's and Jisoo both taken down here by this Echo up in the skies. Mint will fall. It's going to be both supports gone here for the side of VARREL, so a bit of disjointedness, but as the Cecil dies, the staying power really just isn't there for Namekuji.
Yeah, they were even more split. They were even more disjointed. Unfortunately, Namekuji Brothers will end up losing this fight despite some picks there. Now they just need to regroup. Peace will escape, but that was a really patient defense from VARREL, and they get to manage their ult economy still in the lead because they didn't use that dupe. The Bob buys so much time. Great angle for it. Mint staying alive, backing away for so long, now denying the Bob's entry. And now VARREL in such a comfortable position here.
No contest, just pushes it back. Self-destruct now going to be used here on that high ground to go ahead and disrupt this approach from Namekuji even further. Lit does have the rally rolling. Little escape there from Nico, just jumping back, trying to stay elusive as much as humanly possible. Yuki, pulse bomb stick, comes in, gets it behind the shield, finds a gap in the armor. Takes out Euclid. Break on the dupe, but it doesn't matter too much. Yuki's just right back up into the skies. Even with some boosted healings from Jisoo, Cecil ends up falling there alone in the corner. Chase forward now, continuing. They just sweep him under the rug.
I mean, this is looking like a full hold. They only have 10 seconds left, and to touch the point might be possible, but to win a fight, I don't think so.
Peace has got to make his way over here. Does have the touch. Overtime going to be forced out, but now supportless. New Jeans swaps over onto that Sombra as well. Just trying to get back in. Second primal build up. Pulse Bomb's going to be good. Yuki going to be taken down, and Nico's out of the fight. First stick getting ready to be grabbed up as Cloud is somehow, for some reason, is the first one to make his way back over here to try to contest this one, but now That means that KSG doesn't have the heals. Ends up getting taken down. Mint with a whip shot, able to find Peace. First tick going to be coming through. Namekuji holding on by a thread as Jisoo swaps over to the Lucio to get everybody else speed boosted back over into the point. It looks like this one might have actually just been stolen away right from beneath VARREL's very feet, and it has.
What a disaster from VARREL. They're just over chasing, not tracking Peace, who gets a pulse bomb kill, cleans up a second. And big whiff here from VARREL, I have to say, just being super greedy, trying to deny full touches, but then failing to block the Tracer, so it didn't end up being worth at all. KSG has his mech now.
Peace is down to a sliver, as is Euclid. The ladder will find some healing. Peace there now getting boosted up. As the health packs and the shots of Jisoo start coming across. KSG though, just diving forward, nano not required. He's riding in on top of the enemy. Ash finds that kill instantly. There's Bob somewhere. Oh, he's right here in the archway. Just looking to stir up the chaos a little bit more. So VARREL now finding some stability once again.
Yeah, they get the corner and the archway controlled, which oftentimes if you lose A but still kind of control A, you feel really good as the defenders. So even though it was a bit of a disaster, they stabilized, and that's a big purple.
Very nicely done there. Skiki goes diving forward. NewGenes is able to go ahead, peel off that pressure though, taking them down. So further damage cannot be found. Without the Echo, they opt to go ahead and pull away. So some space going to be handed over here to Namekuji. VARREL saying like, okay, let's just run the clock a little bit more, give up some distance.
Yeah.
So going to be feeling confident in their own attack once they get over to that side.
Exactly.
Anti on the 2, sets up for it. Nico collects both. NewGenes and Euclid both going to be annihilated.
Yeah, really good Bionade there. And now Jisoo under attack here. Can't nano himself, wouldn't want to anyways.
Juggle here onto Min. Does end up falling. Cecil able to find that kill, but again, I mean, it's the Primal being used not to really create space. Min's going to be able to respawn, get back in here pretty quickly. Pulse bomb off the dupe, not going to connect this time around. Keep back into the Echo form.
You feel good about trades like that if you had someone on the cart, if you were getting distance, but they aren't. As you say, it's a Winston ult that looks good in the 1v1 there, but isn't ultimately really going to gain them any ground. And now VARREL back in the driver's seat in terms of ult economy with this nano coming through.
She's dead again. Right as that nano becomes available, Kiki able to take him out with the stickies. Double pulse bomb now. Peace finds both the supports corralled together, finds an elimination, but now equalized. Nico with the coach gun takes out Euclid.
10 seconds to go
on both sides. 10 seconds, as you say. Peace just trying to get the drop down, trying to get that elimination. Pull off the assassination, but can't quite make it happen. KSG, however, will lose out of the mech. Yuki's going to be taken down, and now the cart rolling forward. An opportunity to keep this map going. Namekuji somehow are persevering right when the clock always hits 0.
Yeah. Pretty scrappy fight, but Peace is getting it done. He's basically hard carrying his team right now.
They just can't contest it. It's another minute and a half.
Another minute and a half, and man, Peace just keeps finding these angles, gets in the back line, or is able to even take out the front line here, and now VARREL just trying to contest here in the archway and in this final section here of Paraiso, keeping the comp the same until they end up losing B, and now swapping KSG onto the Winston, not making the same impact as Peace has been making this game. I was going to say as Necessal, but that's just not really true. But we'll want to match the comp now, a little bit more stability.
Well, let's see if he can make that a correct statement, as there's the nano coming through. It's going to be Peace who takes away the kill on the Nico. Widely set up there by Necessal, but hard for now being held from behind. Kyuki, decent damage. Going to be found there, and it's finished off by Nico's Bob.
Just so scrappy, this second map here. KSG halfway to a Primal now, and we'll see Namekuji regroup. Trying to get high ground here for Jisoo, but not actually getting line of sight, unfortunately, with said high ground. You can see the angle here that NewGenes has isn't great. They're going to push the cart. That's what they weren't doing for a lot of that B push. Now can use the cart to actually get NewGenes an angle.
Okay, well, once again, the dive set up. Jisoo going to fall. That's both the supports. Picked off is KSG with a nano. Able to help isolate and conquer. Diving into the back, though, is Necessal, his own Primal rolling, looking for some targets, looking to maybe just take them off the high ground, but eventually he's got to get himself out. Primal's now expired, down to 157 the overtime, starting to bleed down. They need him for the touch, and he's just not going to be able to make it there. So cart close to the end of the map, and considering that this was one, kill away from a full hold, that's overall not too bad for Namekuji, but it is a win condition set up here for VARREL.
Yeah, definitely a great start for VARREL, but scrappy fight there from Peace brings them back into the cap. This will probably be it. This is actually the kill onto the supports moments later He's just had so many big pulses. Yep, some beats coming through. I think the comp from Namekuji Brothers, the way they're playing it, is actually really smart because Peace is just constantly saying, all right, they're diving New Jeans. I'm going to find the supports every time they go in and they don't have any peel for me. And if he plays as well as he is, and the supports just aren't able to take him out, like if Mint's not able to bash him, then the pulse bomb value is quite high. So we'll see if he can continue to actually have this huge overperformance on the Tracer, because he had a few opportunities, he sees them really well, but you're not always going to get those. Sticking with this pick on defense, though. Looks like comps will be matched. Nico, I say that, Kyuki's sticking with his Echo. Nico will also go for an opening Widow shot.
He's thinking about it.
Well, maybe not, but he could have.
The opening sightlines for Widow on Paraíso they're not too great.
Yeah.
So even just going for a jump shot. Oh, he'll do it. We'll see if he finds it. They have
Boosted.
the boost here. Yep, just going to be one there onto the Cecil. And now the swap. So right back over onto the Ashe. As opening volley, New Jeans, just damage dealt, but also does nearly have his own head taken off. His dynamite will be exchanged on either side, but I don't think the detonate actually came through from New Jeans, so he's the one who's withering away there.
Yuki,
Find some stability.
pretty safe to poke here. So here comes KSG.
Oh, and KSG nearly made a very early exit. Making an immense amount of damage there on that leap forward, so we'll have to think twice about that. Support's overall going to be decently happy as they try to build up towards these ultimates. They narrowly keep everybody alive. So close to confirming these kills here at Namekuji. They're just like one Ashe shot away from being able to find it, but just can't quite get over the line there to find those kills. Triple anti now coming through. Cloud just setting up for it. Necessal going to be the one taken down as everybody else is distracted and trying to just keep themselves safe. Jump forward, contained back within the bar here are the supports, and the point now is starting to get capped.
Yeah, KSG just zoning them out. New Jeans is down. And Peace was zoned away pretty well by Mint this time around. Just not able to have the same impact.
This could get dicey. Jisoo in a really rough spot here alongside Peace. They're trying to be quiet. They're trying to be sneaky, but eventually they get found. Nano's going to be dumped in desperation here onto Peace. Pulse bomb this time not going to find the connection. And Kyuki is eventually able to find that elimination.
Yeah,
Cecil rejoins. Nico going to get picked off. A little bit of a follow-up fight here as Nano gets committed over onto Kyuki to go ahead and seal the deal, but then that Nano, that anti I should say, very much has sealed their fate.
Well, I think it's worth, you know, they bought a few extra seconds of time as well as got the nano boost out of Cloud, because I don't really think that Jisoo's nano boost was necessary there. And like I said before this, like, Peace isn't always going to have those miracle moments, right? So yeah, we'll need to see a better team effort in general if they're going to be able to stop VARREL here. Did go for it, but obviously unsuccessful, as VARREL now have 4 ultimates in their war chest. We'll be matched by a few, but New Jeans is down. And
if
I don't know
2K
about
pulse
this.
bombs on supports was just very easily replicable, you would never not see somebody on Tracer.
Yeah.
They would just always be doing it.
Well, most of the time we kind of do, but it's been a little bit less matter recently.
Every single map, every single game mode, you would just always use Tracer. So,
I mean, the Cecil actually isn't punished for his really aggressive dive there, and they turn it around.
It does end up getting picked off. Kiki with a dupe, one go toe-to-toe here against Peace. He's just going to be backing away. There's KSG looking to zone here. A lot of space opened up, and this has been about a minute push from the time of cap into this one. Peace, I'm not sure if that was an attempt at a reset or if he just maybe recalled mid-air off the side of the map. Either way, does end up getting taken out.
Yeah, this is probably just going to be B. You know, there were some very disjointed fights there. Necessal going in super deep. He lived, but like he lost the fight because he was put down to sub 100 health and then had to sneak his way out, take a lot of resources. Just haven't been grouped up very well. I felt like, you know, the attack for Namekuji Brothers was impressive, but also not standard and also not very coordinated. I don't want to say it was lucky. It was just super clutch, but fundamentally here still they're struggling on the defense now as another anti will come through, only on the Necessal, but that might be enough.
Trying to pressure him out, but Nano is there, now going to be sent as he looks for any kind of entry here, but kind of botches the leap, so doesn't get in deep. Maybe just thought better of it, seeing how stacked up the players on the side of VARREL was. Either way, Nano into a minor hold to the card. Whip shot to try to stave off KSG as he goes diving forward. Riley now going to be rolling here from Euclid, but he's just shredded down. Picked apart. And Rally not going to be holding water here for them. Zone back, pulse bomb going to go across, but KSG's going to dodge that one, and even then, he's got the primal, pops it immediately, cleaves down. Peace. Successful with his own primal in desperation. Does get Cloud, but it's going to be a trade here on the Anas, a trade up overall, and a push into the golden box of victory for VARREL as they now move up 2-0 in the series.
I have a lot of good things to say about individual players on the Namekuji brothers, especially Peace. But when I talk about the team coordination and how the dives are being executed, it's definitely looking way better for VARREL. And that's not surprising because this is a roster that has played together for a very long time, was incredibly dominant in a very similar meta in Stage 1. So it makes sense that they should have more impactful nanos. It makes sense that their Winston engages for KSG have been a little bit cleaner than what we're seeing on the side of Namekuji brothers. But Namekuji keeping it real, you know? I feel like that map could have just been straight up a full hold into one-tick win. Clutch play from Peace makes it interesting. VARREL playing with their food a little bit there. It's tough to expect a big bounce back here, though, when you consider how both of these maps have gone.
Yeah.
Because there's a big gap in team synergy and teamwork. Namekuji brothers just scraped this roster together after the last roster broke up. Jisoo put this one together. It's a solid lineup. Still needs time to cook, I think, a little bit more before it's ready to come out as a fully fledged challenger here for VARREL. But they've kept it interesting, that's for sure.
Yeah, I mean, to be able to make it that far and nearly complete the map after the full hold almost happened, it was good. I mean, there's clearly talent on the team. A lot of very skilled players. The mechanics are there. I think it's more just about that team synergy, making sure that everybody's on the same page. Like, okay, this is when we're going to go for a dive. This is when we need, protection in the back lines. Just things like timings and just playing together overall are things that are going to improve in time. So for the roster to come together very recently, I think this is going to be very similar to Telomere, where it's like, okay, week over week, we're going to be seeing the squad get better. But we're going to go to a quick little break, and then when we come back, we'll get into map 3 and see whether or not Namekuji are going to be able to take a map away from VARREL, so don't go anywhere. Hello, we are back and about to go into map 3 here in our second series of the evening. Right now, VARREL, a couple of stumbles on Paraíso, but ultimately they were able to find a push to the end, got into the golden box of victory, and closed things out to go ahead and move up 2-0. So now, match point is theirs. We get one more map pick from Namekuji to see if they're going to be able to hang on in the series.
Yeah, it seems to be a bit of a coordination gap, but if you're a VARREL fan, this is good news, right? You're looking at a team that is actually being dominant as we expected them to be, looking really coordinated. Yeah, there were a few problems with the support line getting picked. Peace was kind of doing a number, as we will have KO back in.
So back to Lucio.
That's what you would expect. Doesn't really tell us too much about what the map could be because Lucio is relevant on every map type and every map in the pool, depending on what comp you want to run.
It's like a stab in the dark. We're going to Flashpoint.
I think that's a pretty reasonable expectation.
Whether it's New Junk City or Servos, it doesn't really matter. The comps are pretty similar on either one, but I'm going to guess Flashpoint. It could be Escort, it could be Push as well, so maybe, you know, Lucio comp on Nasapi or something like that, but I'm feeling Flashpoint in my bones.
If it is Flashpoint, the map pool, like, I mean, I've got it right here. It says that there's New Junk City and Saravasa. I've only seen Saravasa in OWCS so far. Nobody's really taken us to New Junk.
I want to say we've had, like, a New Junk City, but it's Saravasa.
Yeah, there's only Saravasa, actually. I'm pretty sure teams don't know New Junk Cities in the pool.
We've added a map type, and there's only one map
Last season, we saw a lot of New Junk City in Japan. A lot of teams were running Mauga on it. Some Genji comps, a few Bastion, Torbjorn comps, especially when we got to, like, the seeding tournament and stuff. But in this season, it's been, like, exclusively Saravasa, keeping it simple. Obviously, Ashe Tracer is really strong. If you're confident that you can run that duo with Winston, it's very strong. We've seen a few people try to run like the Sigma here to mixed success. I'm not a big fan of it. It can really empower your Ashe, but it is very vulnerable to dive, so we'll see what they run. But I'm guessing it's just going to be Ashe Tracer.
Seems like the likely culprits, but let's find out as we go ahead and get ready to jump into Saravasa. VARREL looking for that 3-0 sweep. Go ahead and reinstill a bit more faith here from the fandom.
Speaking of fandom, I do want to shout out the Korean fans who are watching this broadcast. I know a lot of...
안녕하세요.
안녕하세요. 한국 분들 많이 시청하고 있다고 알고 있으니까 시청해줘서 감사합니다.
Just troll everybody else that's watching on the English stream and just do everything in Korean for the rest of this. I'll do English, you do Korean. It's like like we've had a baby together and we're trying to make it bilingual from birth.
I just know. I mean, obviously, there's no official Korean broadcast for OWCS Japan, so thank you guys for watching. It is going to be Ashe Tracer, which is the way this map is played. However, Necessal is running the Junker Queen. Is going to try to maybe pull off of the high ground. I think that long-term, this does have a lot of weaknesses into either the Diva or the Winston. That's more common. See what he can get done here.
Alrighty, well, so far a couple dinks coming through there from New Jeans. Dynamite goes out. Some minor connection there on the Cecil. Space being taken, though, as KSG freely able to just go ahead and play up onto the point. Goes ahead and gets the first cap, so VARREL in control for now. Namekuji, though, taking the time to start working their way forward as well. As Nico taken low, but not taken out.
Yep, Nico doing some decent damage here. Necessal going in.
Trying to push forward, take some space. That's what you need to be doing here as this Junker Queen, but point's still going to be in contention here as KSG just not really being displaced, not really being threatened. And Kyuki does find an opener. First kill going to be coming in as Peace gets taken down. That very much opens things up for VARREL to maintain control, especially with Kyo falling.
Yeah, it was a nice try. The Cecil actually did have a really nice second commanding shout there. Got the extra health, but wasn't able to convert it in a scrappy fight. And Kyuki winning the initial Tracer duel there just kind of felt like the last nail in the coffin of that contest. Will find himself in the death chamber for a moment. Will have to come over and respawn, but can rejoin quickly. There's a small window here for Namekuji brothers, but they just don't have point priority at all.
Yeah, Peace has to kind of be the one to really lead the charge over towards that point, at least force out the OT, but time is starting to dwindle. Anti not going to connect. He's able to avoid that for now, but there's the overtime now coming through. Nano goes across. I think that was actually meant for KSG, but Kyuki is the recipient all the same. He'll going to be picked off as Nico's able to find one. Kyuki just swinging around this pillar here, looking to take down Necessal, and with the help of the Bob, will be able to confirm the kill, as well as that cap coming through. So first flashpoint is VARREL's.
Yep, that's going to be a pretty dominant win for them. And there's a few ultimates coming online here for Namekuji Brothers, of course. In terms of point priority, unfortunately, definitely not going to be theirs. VARREL will be able to, with that wipe and the timing of that, winning the fight off the point, not on a contest, will be able to freely take control first. So I like this angle for KSG, just kind of hiding. D.Va, not the most sneaky character in the game, but, you know, she is going to be able to get a lot of information here. We'll be able to get away with the thrusters.
Slides out. Smattering of damage going to be found as the shot gets used here by Necessal. Rampage online. Flashpoint now going to be unlocked, and there's a continuing rush to try to start things off. Self-destruct going to be used here into the back line, forces everybody away. KSG trying to get back into the mech, and just barely manages to do so. That punish nearly comes through. Bob now out over towards the archway here on VARREL's side to try to keep them locked away from this point. But at the same time, receiving that dynamite, has to jump back, grabs the mini pack to keep himself alive, and KSG will be demeched for now. Bob goes there, finds the baby D.Va. Cloud going to be taken out. And the DPS duo here on the side of Namekuji starting to do wonders as they find damn near everyone, and Necessal will get a piece of the pie at the end.
Yeah, that was a pretty greedy call from KSG. It looked pretty good initially. Like, okay, you have the remake, you have the ability to thrust back to the rest of your team, and you have an Ana, so the heals should be there, but has to remake pretty early in the fight, loses half of his health bar while doing so, almost just is denied the remake, but even when he does get back into the mech, has his armor gone, and the whole comp falls apart. As Kyuki does have Pulse now.
Rampage across, but I believe it's a whiff. Nothing going to be found there as far as the antis are concerned. Kyuki fighting back, does find new genes. Pulse bomb at the ready, stick goes through, but Mint able to stay alive. Did not confirm the kill. Now Nano going to be built up, but might not have to be committed here in this fight, as Necessal is going to be taken down. Cleanup is going to be good. Namekuji Bros getting up to about 70% here, and VARREL now in control.
Jisoo taken out, and that is going to be the flip to come through. As I gotta say, that was a very clean team fight for VARREL, and you know, Peace tries to save it with the pulse.
Almost the kill there. He's having to say tuck back.
Okay, Sound Barrier is the only tool Namekuji have, and they utilize it well. There it is.
Sound Barrier comes through. Jisoo 25% away from having the next Kitsune Rush online, but for now it's Namekuji just backpedaling as KSG continues to disrupt. Out towards the spawn, looking to just stave them off, keep them away from this point.
Yep.
About to find the lead here for themselves. Necessal trying to take some space. Dynamite goes forward, catches onto a couple players here.
Kyuki
No
has to
support
recall.
ultimates.
That's a small victory. He does have a great angle here to catch the back line. He's just threatening non-stop. They have to keep tracking him.
He's got to be careful, though, because of that lack of recall. We'll have it up here in a couple seconds. Necessal put down on the floor, but immediately going to be woken up, and Peace is able to find two. Mint and Nico both going to be taken down right as VARREL. Get themselves up to 99%. KSG out with the pilot form, able to find one, but this time cannot get the remake. Does get punished. Peace cleans up 3 in the fight.
Yeah, that was a really, really nice edge fight, and I think Kyuki playing without recall there and trying to hard force the sandwich there ended up backfiring. Great handling there by Namekuji Brothers of Kyuki's flank.
100%.
This will be the final fight.
Jump forward, looking to keep them staved off. The push coming in, and Kyuki shorts it, has to recall out. Took too much damage on entry, and that ties us up at 1-1.
When Peace has a pulse bomb, it's a scary thing to look at.
And he's still going to find it. Didn't even have the stick. I think he just had it right on the wall, but Mint just seemingly not registering where it had ended up. Ends up getting taken down. Another great kill here for the side of Peace.
Yeah, just so good on the Tracer.
Feels like he's got to be the lobby leader at the moment as far as the kills are concerned.
Absolutely.
A ton of final blows here for him.
The point hasn't unlocked just yet, so it won't necessarily be a big punish here, but see what Kyuki can get back.
Okay, well, Nano's still going to be used here. They want to win this fight and get the first lockdown of the point. Put Namekuji on the back foot. Nujine's going to be picked off as Primal in play once again here for the side of Necessal. Kill not really in sight, but they do manage to force him back. Cap getting ready now to come through as VARREL. Go ahead, push forward.
Cap comes through. Let's see how long they can maintain this, as Necessal does get purpled. And his Junker Queen wasn't getting a ton of value, but he's done a lot more on this Winston. They are about to have both support ultimates as KSG is demeched again.
Yeah, demeched and doesn't have the self-destruct this time. They're trying to get his way back in. He's still going to be shy of that one. They're trying to keep the Baby D.Va alive where possible, but Nico now going to be picked off as the rally comes through from Min. Still some staying power here for VARREL as KSG 40% away from having the remake.
You should be able to get it.
Well,
I say that.
Rush is going to say absolutely not. Jisoo managing to find that headshot. Absolutely nails him. It's Cloud similarly going to be taken down. Now tankless, supportless here are Kyuki and Nico. do nothing more but just try to exit.
Yeah, really nice Kitsune timing there. Great punish on KSG's attempted remake. VARREL playing very greedy and trying to hold on to that one. I think worth it. Obviously, if he gets the remake, they have a lot of tools to buy time there, bring that one up to closer to 99%. But instead, he is picked off there, and they still get to keep the sound barrier. So Namekuji really turning this map on its head. This pulse gonna miss, though.
Can't nail them all, as stated, but this time, Peace unable to get away. PSG finding the kill, the bomb occupying. Gets ready to come in. So VARREL once again in control, now moving past 70%. Kyuki on the hunt, pulse bomb in hand, just gonna stay tucked away, keep it quiet, allow for KSG to draw their sights over to his side, and then look to strike.
He's down.
Blue Jeans, I'm not sure, didn't quite register that he had the Tracer in behind. Pulse bomb, however, will be dodged out, but Peace does end up falling before the sound barrier can come through to try to bail them out. KSG sliding back, Nano now expiring, but this time does have that self-destruct, so feels like he can play a little bit more loosely as Kyuki's able to find Kyo.
They get the cap here. Next flashpoint is unlocked, but we're still fighting. We don't know where it is. As it will be another exit kill here on to New Jeans. Namekuji brothers. A bit of a struggle here to regroup with 20 seconds to go before that flashpoint unlocks, and VARREL having the lead is going to be a huge boon for them, as they should be able to guarantee control. And they have, as you can see here on our extended overhead, a pretty massive point prio going into this one. VARREL looking to control the first cap.
Just harassing here on the way in. The cap getting ready to come through for VARREL. The Cecil going to be purpled out there for a brief little moment. Pops the primal, looks for a juggle, but the sleep comes through. Cloud able to keep himself safe. VARREL in control once again. Kitsune rush available here from the side of Jisoo. When he's pulled the trigger right now. Sends it out. Nothing else to really couple in with this one, so just going to be a bit of neutral fighting on the back end, but that's enough to be able to at least find the kill here on the Nico so he can take it down. Self-destruct going to be popped now from KSG. Rally rolling from mid, but Kyuki eliminated, so now VARREL without the DPS line. Mid falling lower and lower, the rally narrowly keeping him in this mix for a little bit longer, but KSG looking like he's just going to go ahead, give his life over to getting a bit more percentage, so we'll be able to buy them enough time to get up over 50. There's Kyuki now.
Honestly,
okay, never mind, doesn't come back in.
I'd love to see KSG swap to Winston here. The D.Va just simply isn't working for them very much. Like, I mean, it's working okay when they have the tools. Like, he was hoping to buy enough time for a nano there with the rally coming through, but it's just kind of all falling apart. VARREL still in control because they have the flashpoint 2-1 here, but still a lot of resources invested for very little return. Playing very greedy, getting punished again. And this gives Namekuji brothers a window back into this one.
Bob out onto the point.
There's that nano.
50% coming through here from Namekuji. Nano sent KSG once again. The recipient of it is New Jeans' Bob. This is going to be cleared out. Nikos will now make its exit, but VARREL didn't have enough space. They're back in control, not surrendering the lead quite just yet. Now threatening to end this map, end this series. Peace going to be taking down the ante on the 2. Kyo going to be falling low. Jisoo going to be eliminated just about. It's down to a sliver of HP. They finally find the kill. With the primal rolling, though, Necessal is going to have to try to get out of here, but he doesn't have time to reset. He ends up dying. It's just 9% left to go. VARREL, they should have secured this by now.
Yeah. Peace. See if he can touch. Oh, just barely.
Gets a touch, gives his life, almost finds Cloud, and that would have been critical, but instead, to keep him protected, the virus from beyond the grave will be able to find him. As Q tries to stay alive, just dancing, riding on the walls, pulse bomb stick, greets the Cecil as he makes his way back over onto the point, and Kyuki has the finisher. That's the cleanup, that's the map, and the set. VARREL will close out 3-0.
Very close final map. I feel like Namekuji brothers definitely had the tools to win that final flashpoint fight, but it will be VARREL with their first clean 3-0 of the season. And I think VARREL fans were waiting for this, hoping for this. I want to say expecting this coming into today's series, because you and I were kind of feeling maybe it's 3-0, could be a 3-1 with Namekuji's new roster looking a lot stronger. And there were definitely some hiccups. There were definitely some mistakes on the side of VARREL. They played a little fast and loose. They were a little bit greedy with their ult economy, but they just had the better coordination overall on the day. And again, that's expected considering this roster's pre-existing synergy. But yeah, last Flashpoint definitely could have been winnable. No sound barrier in that final fight, it was super broken up, and then they just trickled in one by one to try to touch. Tracer play from Peace, though, this series, we have to shout it out. I mean, he was arguably, of the 10 players, individually the most impressive.
Yeah, I don't really disagree with that. I think that overall he had a really good performance. I mean, you want, with a Tracer, like, you want somebody who can play with the team, but also can be good to go out on that solo mission, find some picks, and Peace was able to do that on the regular. So I'd say very good performance from him on the day. Just not quite enough to be able to, find that map victory here for them, but he was a big part of all the competitive moments that we did have in this set. The clutch up to be able to get, those 2 points capped on Paraíso, to be able to get that flashpoint and then make that last fight as close as it was on Saravasa. It was a solid effort from the side of Peace, but ultimately, VARREL the ones that come away with the win.
Yeah, it's tough to say who's going to be player of the match because I think each individual player had some really high moments, and then there were some less than perfect moments. I really feel like across the entire roster, DPS line, arguably the most consistent across all three. We'll see who ends up getting it.
And it's going to be KSG. Scoops this one up for widely playing the Diva, and I think overall timings were very good, was doing some decent limit testing. But, there were those, as you're saying, like alluding to, everybody kind of had those dips in performances. We did see some moments of, slight overextension and whatnot, but I'd say, you could have tossed this a couple different ways. Yeah. We went for Kyuki. Or at least I went for Kyuki.
Yeah, you went for Kyuki, I went for KSG. But I obviously, at this point, I was watching, and it felt like voting for KSG was a vote for the team coordination because the supports were really backing him up. I don't know if that really felt like it held as true on Saravasa, where I would say it was probably his weaker map of the three. And I was asking for maybe he needs to swap to Winston on that final point, but he didn't ultimately do so and didn't get punished for it. But yeah, he had a pretty good map, and a lot of the big team fight wins for them, especially on Paraíso, were it'll be his second of the season here, so tied now with Hidden in our POTM ranking. So yeah, I think deserved. I think Kyuki could have gotten it. I wouldn't have been unhappy if it was a support pick either. Although there were some times where obviously both supports were punished by Peace, but I feel like that's more Peace popping off than the supports playing badly.
Alrighty, well, tied for first in POTMs. And he's tied alongside Hidden, which is a player that we're about to see take to the theoretical, the metaphorical stage as we get ready to go into our last set of the night. So I think so far, the picture that we painted at the beginning of the day, it's all coming together. So some two pretty concise 3-0s, a couple stumbles in that second one. But this should be the matchup that's a bit more scrappy, a bit closer. This could very well be our 5-mapper.
Yeah, this could be. This is the matchup between LAZULI and INSOMNIA. The winner, of course, will, for now, take first place, and we'll move up to 3-0. Neither of these teams have lost a series just yet, so dominant performances thus far. It's the big one.
It very much is. So exciting stuff here on the horizon. You don't have to wait too long. We are going to get ready to go to a quick little break. Make sure everyone's locked and loaded, ready to go in that lobby so we can kick things off. Do we get Nepal 3 times in a row? I don't know, but I'm curious to find out, and I'm sure you guys are as well. So we're going to go to that break, and when we come back, we'll get into the final series of the evening, so do not go anywhere. Alrighty, we're back. It is now time to go into the final series of the evening, and this one should be great.
We saved the best for last.
Best for last. We've got LAZULI getting ready to go up against INSOMNIA to see which one of these teams is going to, at least temporarily, take first place here in Japan. We had some one-sided affairs in the first 2 sets. This one, though, should be a very different story.
Yeah, I think INSOMNIA is slightly favored, I think, coming into this one, but it is really hard to tell. LAZULI is a fairly unknown roster. They did play against our high school squad, Telomere, early on in the tournament, so we didn't have a ton of information about them. And then they did go on to beat VARREL, actually 3-2. So looking strong, but again, we had some questions about VARREL. INSOMNIA beat Telomere in their final day in week 1, and were also able to take out Ravati 3-2. So both of these teams sitting on the exact same scoreline, 2-0 with 4 wins, 4 maps, the advantage there in the map score. You mentioned we had one-sided affairs, 3-0, 3-0. There were some moments for the 0 side. You know, we had Telomere playing some cool Circuit Royale. We did see some cool stuff on Sarabasa for Namekuji brothers. They also had that really clutch pulse play on Paraiso. So, I mean, there was definitely some moments. Here's LAZULI. They took Leonoptrix away from his old team, so that's a kind of cool storyline. He's an ex-INSOMNIA player.
True.
CC2 will not be starting today. I was kind of joking that maybe he would, but he's not.
Well, maybe we're not playing on Lijiang Tower then. Usually would see him there for that Hanzo, but it's going to be Hidden and Shui to start things off here for the damage roll, and then you've got Sakume and Kiru over on support to round out the squad. We've gotten to see CC2, gotten to see Godsem. I don't know if Nevis has stepped in yet.
He did a little bit. Just very briefly, I think, for one map. Hidden and Shui are... This roster really reminds me of Yeti for Korea last season. Like, Hidden and Shui are kind of like Viper and Knife. Very, very strong DPS players, I think, really carry this team. Leonoptrix is a very strong tank player. Played a ton of Junker Queen in Stage 1. And then on Leonoptrix's former team, we have Undersea. And Daisy obviously moved to a different squad. We were casting him earlier.
Yep.
Aid has replaced him. Milgaru has moved into the tank role here, so moving from Korea to Japan. And then we have Aiku as well as... I always forget how to say the main support player's name. I have it here. It's
W Jim.
Waga Yume.
Waga Yume.
I'm gonna try to remember that. I'm slowly getting there.
Waga Yume. Gotta think of like Wagyu and Mei.
Yeah.
Character.
I don't know. I think Yume is dream in Japanese.
Okay.
But I don't know what the Waga part would mean in this case. Maybe
For me, I would
someone
be
in chat can
dreaming
tell me.
of Wagyu.
Well, he's dreaming of Waga.
Well, I know, but I'm just saying that I would be dreaming of Wagyu. But we'll see how things shake up as we get ready to go into this one. But yeah, I mean, INSOMNIA, this squad that was kind of nipping at the heels of VARREL in Stage 1, was always right there alongside them, trying to overtake and become the best squad in Japan. Very, very close. We'll see how they fare, though. It's going to be Samoa to start things off on control. And, yeah, I think this overall makes sense for CC2 to not be in. If it was Lijiang Tower, I think we 100% would have seen him play. And even on Nepal as well,
Could have played,
I think
yeah.
you could have a decent argument, especially if you're going to be able to get onto Sanctum. But given that it's not a guarantee, maybe a bit too high risk. Either way, doesn't matter. We have Samoa.
So Shui and Aid are the Korean players to keep your eyes on if you're not familiar with these two teams. They are the DPS players that are very, very strong and have looked very dominant so far this season. So those are the ones that I've kind of, going into this series, I felt like should definitely be, tracking how well they do against each other in this first map to set the tone of the series.
Yep. Well, let's go ahead and get ready to kick things off. We're going to be hopping in as we kick ready for Samoa. No triple Nepal here today, and it looks like it's going to be Volcano to go ahead and kick things off. Let's see what the differences in comps look like as we get ready to have the barriers open. But so far,
Milgaru loves his Wrecking Ball, so this is probably actually real. A Wrecking Ball Venture dive. Oh. He also loves his Mauga, so. It's a Mauga dive with Venture versus standard Korean Winston Ashe Tracer.
Yep, quick TPs forward. Undersea over on the said Tracer.
Aid looking for a flank.
Good quick burrow, popping out. Bit of damage there. Cross over on towards Hidden, but LiamGaming already going to be taken down.
Well, that's not a good boon for LAZULI here. Sleep onto OWCS. Actually may go down.
Ooh. Takes quite a bit of damage off screen, but yeah, kill cannot be confirmed. So Lucio still alive and in the mix for now. Bit of a flank peek there from Hidden. Pops out, puts some damage down onto Aid, forcing him to use that drill dash. But first cap of the point goes the way of INSOMNIA.
LAZULI outrange INSOMNIA here, so they're just going to play on the point. No recall for Undersea. We'll need some help.
Drop down. LiamGaming going to be hounded down, taken out. milgaro able to find that kill. Right now finding legs to stand on. Proving to be difficult here for the side of LAZULI.
I loved how INSOMNIA played that. They're like, okay, Hidden's got the angle. Let's just take cover. We have point control. They have to come to us, and then they take the re-engage very well there. Undersea goes low, has to recall, but then is able to chase LiamGaming down and take him out. The cage fight lead here in terms of ult charge is pretty big.
All right, well, Kiru under some fire here. Shuiko's swinging around the flank. Pulse bomb stick goes across, comes up with 2. Echo and Aid both going to be taken down. Clearly, the Suzu not available. And that is a huge opener here for LAZULI. Trying to make their way over onto the point. milgaro still holding close, goes in for the overrun, but will immediately get shut down while as the anti comes across. So flip comes in. LAZULI now in control.
Tracer players today just finding the angles. We'll watch this.
Back of that one. I think he gets a stick onto. Might have been A there. Hard to tell given the chaos, but either way, it's a very solid pickup for him.
My expectation would have been maybe Aiku tries to teleport to Aid to then Suzu him, but it kind of messes it up and then they both die.
Could be. Either way, consider it's going to be coming through and hit it immediately. Is taken down. milgaro able to find that opener here as Nano has to be used on LiamGaming to try to maintain control of this point. It's only 24% now built up for the side of LAZULI. Just going to be spamming away, but does still have the ult in the back pocket. Rally is popping. Kiru is dead. milgaro has been feasting so far as he goes ahead and finds another elimination. Quick pop up the disrupt on LiamGaming, who wisely will hold on to the Primal Rage. The point gets flipped here into INSOMNIA's favor, now getting ready to crest past 70%.
Fantastic support ultimates here for INSOMNIA. LiamGaming, they wanted to rally to give him his primal to then win that longer fight. They did not want to give the flip, but ends up being a failed rally there. The nano not enough to buy that space to get the primal rage. And now Hidden's going to look for a flank bob, but risky here.
Seeking the angle again, but Shui on the hunt. Pulse bomb at the ready. Sends it, but this one going a little bit wide. Maybe a smattering of damage found on the milgaro. Undersea got antied out, but still goes in for the chase. Finds the elimination as Shui gets taken down. Cage fight now going to be in play. Pops it up here on the point, but overall is just being widely ignored. Primal's pop for LiamGaming to try to survive through this cage fight as Hidden is finally able to break it. But LiamGaming still ends up falling. milgaro with the kill. The stomp through. Kiru dead. And that should be it. Yep. There's 100 to 31%. INSOMNIA will quite decisively take this opening round, and Aid is feasting.
You know, LiamGaming, when he was on INSOMNIA last season, I really appreciated his play style. He played a ton of Junker Queen, right, and was super clutch in the team fights. But this time I feel like milgaro has really been a big upgrade for INSOMNIA, and his cage fights have been fantastic for this squad so far this season. Loved how they played that fight because they know, okay, we don't have an Ana, we don't have a Sleep Dart to deal with his primal. We know they also just use the rally. We just have to shut LiamGaming down, and they just CC chained him to death in that milgaro ultimate. So,
well,
fantastically played.
Fan predictions might be shifting around a little bit after that one.
Yeah, maybe. As a very decisive team fight win, shutting down that Winston. The Tectonic coming out as well there to just keep him in place. Now Pharah.
Yeah, I'm curious if Aid was maybe expecting to see, you know, a Pharah or an Echo on the opposite side, so he comes out with the cast. Either way, he can still do a decent amount of damage, and that Hinder works really well against the Winston. So either way, I think he should be able to find value unless he goes, or unless he gets punished. There's an anti out, and LiamGaming is able to go ahead and collect. Aiku now as well, going to be taken down. Up into the face of Hidden is milgaro, looking for that elimination, but shield block coming through. Kiru able to keep himself sustained. And that will be the opening fight, this time going the way of LAZULI, first on the snatch of the point.
Now Aid is outranged by this Ashe, and obviously they lost control of the first point. Okay, we're going to have a pause for a little bit of time to talk about this. milgaro also, built a ton of cage fight ultimate, but doesn't have point priority anymore. I'm surprised to see no swap here off of either the Pharah or the Cassidy. I think you can run one, but if you run both and you don't have point control, it's really difficult because Cassidy needs to get into range to actually challenge the Winston there. And you can run with the overrun coming through from the Mauga and actually try to then burst down the front line, take out the Winston. But then the Pharah is relatively exposed as well to the Ashe when there's that control. In the neutral fight, it's a little bit chaotic. It's hard for Ashe to punish, but they keep this comp the same. I think just banking on building that cage fight in this upcoming fight and then just front to backing. But I think it's going to be pretty challenging. This looks like the biggest control we've seen from LAZULI thus far. Only it's been 2 rounds, right? So still early on, but this looks like the most decisive win. As Hidden is claiming that he has an in-game bug of some kind, so we will be investigating that.
Yep. Not sure what it could be. I mean, we got to see Hidden right there at the end of the fight victory. Went for the punch, took out Milgaru. So not sure exactly what has transpired, but obviously if we get any more information, we'll be sure to pass that on to you guys.
He's on the
so
Ashe,
you can be
so
so that way you guys can be in the know as much as humanly possible. But either way, hopefully it's something that's pretty quick to just go ahead and deal with here, and doesn't require a regame or anything like that.
yeah, usually when it's a game bug, it's like something that is going around, like people have heard about. I'm not aware of any Ashe bugs at the moment, but again, so what happens when somebody reports a bug is it gets investigated, and then we see if it's actually in fact true, because it might be he thinks there's a bug and there's not a thing going on. So but it's important to pause instantly. They won the fight, but he wants to make sure that everything is working correctly. So
yeah,
we've had a few. He says he can't shoot, is what we were told. That seems to be a bug.
That would be an issue.
Maybe that's why I got the melee kill.
Has he tried reloading the gun? No. Well, either way, we'll have our best people on it.
OWCS Japan has been plagued with some mysterious issues this season, Achilleos. I don't know what it is. We've been a little bit unlucky.
Well, we did think that we were pretty safe today because MFC isn't playing, but it looks like we're still going to have to work out the kinks on a couple different things, but, you know, it is what it is. It was inevitable. We were having a very smooth day of online play up until this point, so had to get at least one in.
Yeah. We will see what does transpire. It might just simply be he reconnects and everything's fine. Luckily, because he was able to, like, when the timing of the pause is pretty fortunate because it's during a reset after a team fight win, after the cap comes through.
Right.
So there is a way to, like, test it by unpausing for like 1 second, see if you can fire, and then pause it again. That won't actually affect game integrity. But if they're unable to get him to be able to fire, then we may have to regame, which would be really unfortunate considering that.
I believe it's good to go, though. Just got some word. I think I heard the words game's ready. So
okay, that's good.
I think we should be getting back into this one here pretty shortly. And yeah, we should carry on. Seems like we've whatever was causing the issue should be fixed. So we should just about be ready to resume this one and see if LAZULI is going to be able to take us to a third round here on Samoa.
Yeah, looking pretty primed right now, but I do think, like I was saying before, if they can get the cage fight, this fight's still winnable. Or if they get a pick, you know, something goes wrong for LAZULI.
There we go.
As Hidden will rejoin, it appears.
Alrighty. So it looks like for INSOMNIA, losing that first fight, still not going to be making any swaps, so 8's still here on that cast. They can gain control of the point. Comp is going to be set up very nicely for defending it, but hitting the flip is going to be the difficult part here. So a little bit of a wrap around as Cussa Blast, obviously trying to knock him a little bit further forward, unable to do that, but okay, 8 finds some headshots, and that's going to be Shui now eliminated. Flashbang going to be held under siege, finds Leonoptrix as he drops down here onto the point. They'll push back there onto Kira. He's going to be taken low. They now have to back away. Some damage coming out here from Hidden, who definitely can shoot, and will fall as the flashbang connects.
He can shoot, but he can be shot. And, yeah, Hidden not able to offer much in the early part of that fight, unfortunately, to Aid, who ends up taking out Shui in the 1v1 there. It looked like that's what happened. It was a little bit off screen, but either way, that ends up being the big determining factor here. Now that they have control again, and that cage fight, like the fight that I thought INSOMNIA needed to win, they got the pick, right? So they didn't actually need to expend those ultimates. They didn't need a longer fight. They're in complete control again here now, as LAZULI are now, the onus is on them to get a potential flank here going with Shui.
Okay, well, Pulse at the ready here for Shui. First one of the round. Able to find maximum value in the previous on Volcano. As Cage Fight now going to be coming through once again, just looking to lock the Optrix in place. Kira, however, comes to the rescue. Rally going to be rolling. The Nano is invested. Now the Primal built up. They bought enough time to really keep him in the mix of things. Is hidden, arriving from behind, trying to take down the Lucio. They will be able to do so. A bit of an overextension here from the side of INSOMNIA. They allow for the back half to come through as they go for the forward fight and also lose the follow-up.
Without WAGAYUME's ultimate, I think maybe trying to play that slower and take a more defensive ult setup on the point might have been the better play. Instead, they try to go for Leonoptrix. Is already tanky as it is, but he's got the Nano, he's got the Rally, and they just get crushed. Very ult-efficient fight here for LAZULI. Very close second round.
They take it to 70%. We'll have time on their side a bit, as that's going to be the pop of the dead eye, looking for a timing hit. They're on to hit and can't quite make it happen. Space going to be bought here. It's under C down low. Swinging around the side, but I mean, he just desperately needs some heals, but he can't get line of sight over to IQ to try to manage to make it happen. 1 for 1 though, is hidden, does get taken down, able to find that one, but now under fire. Shui just dancing around the cowboy. It's reinforced here. So the Optrix comes jumping forward. Ult now in play, Pulse Bomb on the floor. Kill not going to be found off the back of that one. Certainly will be able to at least get this up into overtime. It's 99%. It's just a moment away. Flip damn close. Under C finds one. Barrage going to be popping. And Optrix taken low on HP. Does manage to leap out towards safety. As the flip comes in, INSOMNIA they gain control to get themselves a second lease on life. But the bomb from Hidden is able to find WAGAYUME.
Yeah, they're losing control of this point very rapidly here. And I just don't know if they can win this upcoming fight without a support.
Flip is right back into the control. Once again, they only concede 8% on that flip. LAZULI looking to try to take us to a third and final round here on Simone. With the pick on the undersea, they might have just punched their ticket to it. IQ under fire. WAGAYUME going to fall as well. So that is the cleanup, and LAZULI will, in fact, get us over the line. Milgar, there's nothing more that he could do. Cage Fight built up, cannot be popped. And there we have it, 152% in response, as we are going the distance here on our opening control map.
Now, Leonoptrix just really holding his ground super well into this Mauga composition. The support's completely on his side, and then Shui and Hidden are just off doing their own thing. They're kind of empowered by the fact that INSOMNIA is putting everything into this Winston. And you can see Leonoptrix is just popping off when he has these nanos. They're extremely high value, and in the final fight he has another one. But I think the bigger issue was that fight INSOMNIA took where they put everything into him when both support ultimates were dropped. That was really the big turning point. INSOMNIA will once again run this Venture composition that they found a lot more success with on Volcano. And it's the DPS lineup that's doing the big heavy lifting when everything goes into Leonoptrix. As I was saying before, Shui and Hidden, a very strong duo. Tracer, Venture, Mauga Dive, Analyst. So Leonoptrix has so much agency with his Winston because of the lack of Ana. We'll see if INSOMNIA can snowball these fights though, because it might just not matter if they can do that.
Opening bio, not going to connect. There's the burrow forward. Now the jump in, and Hidden going to be taken down. Similar scenes to what we were witnessing there on Volcano. Maybe the thing that was missing is just undersea on Tracer and aid on this Venture. Shui will be able to find one, taking down WAGAYUME, but ultimately INSOMNIA will go ahead and lock down the point.
Yeah, very clean dive here. And obviously you have the slight element of surprise going to that first team fight of composition.
Shui's ult charge.
Yeah, it's actually crazy. Just did so much damage even on his way out of that one. Hidden, looking for the Echo here. And not going to find much staying power in this fight.
Oh, support's taken low here on the side of INSOMNIA, and eventually Aiku will fall, but Shui swooping forward finds WAGAYUME, but now he's going to be the last man standing as here's just now coming out of the dropship, so 25% for INSOMNIA, and this time around, forward hold's looking a bit better for him.
Hidden has this staggered respawn here, as well as both of these supports can get back to the point so quickly with the teleport for Kiriko. WAGAYUME is Lucio. As Aid is holding this flank angle and may actually once again get into the back line here when that overrun comes through. Shui just trying to contest.
Just trying to keep him honest here, but he's going to be forced to recall. Here taking some damage.
And this just looks like a zero-sum game for LAZULI right now. Without that Primal, without that Nano, time is ticking against them.
Oh, Hidden now going to be taken down. Milgar, I guess with a burn, able to just go ahead and get that Echo. Heal's just not coming through. Double anti out. His IQ falls down to a sliver of HP, but just cannot find that elimination, so he's still going to be standing here. still keeping the team alive, still holding on to this Kitsune Rush. As for now, cage fight going to be infested. Hiru, Sakame both going to be taken down. Aid is just doing wonders here for the squad on this venture once again. Leonoptrix, wisely, once more, does hold on to that Primal, knows that he is going to be absolutely screwed without those supports, but now they're running out of time.
Yeah, I'm guessing we're going to see a dupe onto Milgaro here and hope that they can win. There's tons of DPS coming through with that, plus the Primal Rage here. They've only got one shot.
Pulse Bomb stack, Aid going to be taken down, so that's going to be the first hurdle jump now. Point occupied, contested as Undersea comes swooping through, hidden down low, gets the dupe at 7 HP. It is here onto the Tracer, and he needs it to find some value. The flip comes through. They're in control for the moment, but INSOMNIA, if they win the follow-up fight and get the flip back into their favor, that could just be it. But Wagayume going to be taken down. Hidden able to isolate and conquer, finding one. Tries to get that timing on that Pulse Bomb Lobbin. Doesn't manage to make it happen. Kiruna going to be eliminated. Aid right back into the mix with the ult in play. Point is now once again going to be there. Just looking to try to disrupt and pick off this Tracer, which Undersea will assist in doing.
Was a very close fight, and I was actually quite worried for INSOMNIA when they used those ultimates after the initial pick came through, because I was like, well, you don't have your Venture, you're dropping both support ultimates here, they've got a Primal on the other side, this is very risky, because if they lose that fight and they waste those ultimates, then suddenly it looks very good for LAZULI, but they were able to clutch it out in the end, and with the Venture rejoining with the Tectonic Shock, they have a lot of staying power there, and ultimately they will take a very close first map of Samoa, so INSOMNIA taking the lead, but some stylistic differences showing up between these two teams, and INSOMNIA looking very good when they're running this dive. Not sure how relevant it will be, though, outside of Control. We're not seeing Venture really played on larger map types like, Push, Colosseo, you're going to Hybrid, just not as popular, not as successful. So I'm expecting we'll probably see them play a little bit more standard, but that was where they did find that success when they went full dive.
Yeah, I like the back and forth. I think that's kind of setting the stage for what we can come to expect from this series. I like that we're also getting some very different looks between the squads, not just the mirror matchups coming through from these teams. So clearly have their play styles that they like to lean into, but works a little bit better there for the side of INSOMNIA. But I could very well see this series kind of going exactly the way that these rounds on Samoa went, where it's like, okay, well, this is our round. We heavily dominate, and then we're going to lose the next one, and then we'll close out. I can see that happening with the map picks as well. So LAZULI, we'll see where they elect to go, what the game type is going to be, and then, see how the comp is going to be working. But if it's going to be leaning on Leonoptrix, going for, a lot of Winston play, maybe we have another Paraiso come through. Maybe it's going to be, Dorado for Escort or Runasapi, something to that effect.
That's kind of what I'm guessing. I think you can play Colosseo, and that's a really solid option here for how they're playing, because their ult economy has been super good. I feel like they're on a wider map like that where you can get line of sight. Like, that's kind of where they found their advantages into the dive. They were outranging Aid's Cassidy. Maybe that's a map I'd feel pretty good about going to. The Dorado you mentioned is also one that really comes to mind. I'd probably stay away from maps like Shambali, where things can get a little bit tight, where the Venture could be quite strong.
Yeah, that's that. When you were talking about, like, okay, well, if they want to play the Venture more, what map? Like, Shambali is the first thing that came to my brain. So I think that going for that one would be a bit bold, but we can see that there is going to be a substitution, as Sakame will be stepping out and Nevis will be stepping in.
Maybe just more on a brig coming through, and they want to put Nevis on it in this case. That's my expectation. Both of these players have played both roles, so it doesn't feel to me like this is like, oh, okay, well, now they're going to be playing a little bit more standard, and it's not going to be on a brig. I think they could still be playing on a brig. Maybe they weren't happy with some of the performances there on the back line. It's tough to say. I feel like I've seen both of these players on different rosters, and it's too early in the season for me to really know all the subtleties of what this is going to mean. But we will learn a lot going to the second map. And once we know what the map is, everything will kind of fall into place.
Yeah, it feels like there's been enough. There's so many changes, not just in the rosters and everything, but just the play styles, the power levels of all of the teams, that everything learned and retained from Stage 1 doesn't really matter.
Sure.
Meta hasn't even shifted super far away from that. I mean, obviously we had the Malga weeks and that kind of stuff where it was painful, but
Malga Watch Championship Series.
All of our understandings about what teams were going to be looking to do, what their their play style and identity was going to be, has been flipped. But it is that Runasapi coming through, so I'm expecting some more Winston
Yeah, maybe it's just going to be Winston, Lucio, Ana instead of the Ana Brig.
Yeah.
That could be why the sub comes through.
Or, yeah, that or the Baptiste. So, on a Bap, perhaps.
You know, you mentioned not a ton of big changes. I feel like some teams were so ingrained in one playstyle, like INSOMNIA with Leonoptrix playing a lot of Junker Queen, but now the rosters have swapped. They're playing a little bit more standard and following the Korean meta a little bit faster, because in Stage 1 we saw Japanese teams like a week or two behind the Korean meta. They're catching on a lot faster this time around.
Alrighty, well, game is ready to go. We've got our subs all set. As Davis will be jumping through. Let's see what the setup is going to be looking like, what the game plan is going to be here for LAZULI as they go into this one. And frankly, I mean, Leonoptrix continue playing the Winston, but on this map could also just try to run that that Malga. Or
could just be a hover, because he knows that there are knowers of how good his Junker Queen was. We've seen, like, Leonoptrix was the guy on push in Stage 1 where we're like, I don't know if we should play Junker Queen on Coliseum, and he was like, no, I do, and I get a 4-man anti every time I ult, and I carry, and I pop off. So it could be that's the situation, and so far, no swaps, as we will see aid once again on this Cassidy.
Alright, it is for real this time, as Milgard's going to be coming right back out with that Malga.
Yeah, this comp is I think, expecting a Winston while also being dive-centric. I think that's why they have the Cassidy here, just hoping to burst that down.
Aid's going to be taken low, but there's a deep dive forward, and Undersea goes for the dash. Some amount of damage going to be dealt there. Widely is going to find value in the ult charge built up.
Just want to close the gap onto Leonoptrix if they can and try to burst him down.
Starting to steal away the bot. I mean, they've pivoted really nicely, and Aid out into the open is going to be taken down as Hidden's able to find that kill. Undersea trying to find the punish. Dynamite again going to be going across. There's Aiku and Wagayume both are just getting ripped apart, but Undersea pushing forward, able to find one. Aiku going to be traded out though. Ultimately, LAZULI still in a decent position, but with Nevis falling, they might have to backpedal a bit. Leonoptrix does manage to find Wagayume. We just continue to just have an absolute slugfest between these squads. Looking for the stomp, but now Milgaru all on his lonesome. Shui will clean it up, and that will be LAZULI resuming their push.
So Nevis is playing this Kiriko, which would explain why he's subbed in. With the Junker Queen and the advantage in ults that they've been able to pick up here, the Kitsune Rush is so fantastic with Junker Queen because it allows her to close the gap and set up that rampage. So I think that's what they're going to be looking for here in this extended second big fight. For INSOMNIA, the dive is a little shaky.
Kiro going to be eliminated there. Milgaru able to get the burn across. Flashbang looking for that hinder. But over the top, gets his way out to safety. Not going to be brought back into a neutral position, but yet 34 meters to kick things off.
Undersea just trying to build the last 10% of this Dragon Blade here. They have a lot of tools for this upcoming fight.
Okay, but there's the cage fight. Leonoptrix now going to be stuck in place. Layer Page at the ready here, but not going to find the time to use it. And Kiro a little bit late with that sound barrier to try to keep the tank alive. 8 does get traded out. Milgaru going to be low on HP. Wagayume is trying to escape, but cannot. It's a matter of time here before Shui's able to find him.
I mean, that
He's
kind
distracted, though. Hidden will fall, but Davis gets Aiku, and that's once again the bot moving forward. Only 6 meters gained.
That kind of fight can be map losing. I mean, even this early on push, INSOMNIA committing almost everything there and completely dropping the ball. And very weak fight from them, expending a lot of tools, especially those support ultimates. LAZULI feeling very good about the control of the bot they have right now, as well as the Leonoptrix having the corner control here as they try to keep this distance lead.
Can't quite make it to the checkpoint, but they're damn close. Once again, Dynamite coming out here on the Undersea, just trying to keep that Genji constantly considering whether or not he can go in for a dash, but Hidden's going to fall. First kill going to be found as Milgaru opens things up. Knife in, axe across, looking to try to take down Aid. Aiku, Undersea, both going to be taken low as Rampage can't go the full distance that he was looking for, but it still has the ante on the 2, and Kiro is able to find Wagayume, so support's going to be taken down, but Tank and his support gone for LAZULI. Pulse bomb out. Milgaru down to about half HP, and now he's the last man standing here for the squad. He won't be standing too much longer, one would suspect, as Shui has managed to pop the recall. Milgaru just trying to tuck in, keep himself alive and out to safety, but he cannot. Shui will find that
And
elimination, and now the bot again moving towards that checkpoint.
And these scrappy fights and trades, the advantage will always be to the DPS line of LAZULI, especially when you end up having those big purples coming through from Leonoptrix. And Undersea still hasn't pulled the blade, still has no ult to pair with this as a Venture swap comes through.
Yeah, quick force on that Burrow. Pops right back out, but instantly is met with a ton of damage. Aid having to play very cautiously here. Shots in, Milgar trying to go for the run-in. Blade now going to be pulled out. Undersea seeking target, finds one, hidden again, dead, but that hasn't been much of a boon here for the squad thus far. There's Katana will be resheathed. Dash away as Shui tries to exit. Yume at the same time able to find Kiro, and it looks like fondly Insomnia will be able to get themselves a fairly clean team fight victory off the back of the single ult.
Aiku doing so much healing on the Undersea in that moment as well. He went very, very low, but was able to keep him topped up. Aiku, that is Undersea. And they do have this cage fight. Nilgaro's hanging out on a flank angle here as this bot does roll. Still have a lot of distance left to go, and the checkpoint was gained for LAZULI. I think the support ultimates are going to be critical here in this defense. And we'll just sit back and hold high ground as Hidden is under attack.
But the TP comes through, and it's a bit of a trap setup, honestly.
Yeah, that was a bit bizarre.
Yeah, Aid goes in, but immediately Nevis has the TP forward, has that Suzu cleanse. Aiku now going to be taken down as Shui finds that kill, and that's a Kitsune Rush burn for Insomnia. Yume again will have Kiro's number, does manage to take him out, gets himself another elimination. Hidden now going to be taken down. As he is starting to really show up. Pulse Pump going to go wide. Milgaru drops in the cage fight, but ultimately is going to be taken down. Leonoptrix with the knife is able to find that elimination as Shui plays elusively, pops that recall, keeps himself alive and in the fight.
The clean dives from Insomnia have been very good, but the shaky ones, the ones where they're a little bit uncoordinated, when Aid is hard tunneling, no pun intended, here, have not been as great.
Really chasing for this one. Undersea almost able to confirm the kill on Leonoptrix, and that would have been them being able to resume that push.
And the ult economy here for Insomnia has been very weak on push. LAZULI once again find themselves a sound barrier advantage. Undersea's building so much blade, though. I mean, holy hell, that was a lot of damage. He's about to have another blade at the ready.
Nearly online, hit it again. Kind of being the focus fire target here, considering his performances in the last two series. I don't really blame them. That being said, though, Beat going to be dropped. The Bob able to find Yume, keeping Kiro protected. This is the overrun coming across, but ultimately, even with the stomp on the two, Aid will just find one with the drill dash, and now has to try to go for a reset, but not sure where. Yep, okay, never mind. I was going to say they found him.
I mean, when the pendulum is swinging,
burned, but he's going to die.
Yeah, and he's going to be delayed here. When the swinging pendulum of ult economy is on your upswing every other time, and you have the distance advantage, then you feel amazing on push, and that's kind of where LAZULI are at right now, with Nevis now having his Kitsune Rush online for Leonoptrix's next Rampage. And a lot of other Junker Queen players in Japan, I'd be like, well, I don't know how high value that's going to be into this comp, but it's Leonoptrix who's been pretty good. Here's the blade, though.
Blade pulled out. Shout, there's a little bit of green HP. Nevis going to be the first to fall. Milgaru does get hit, and so okay, the cleanup's going to be there. Just the neutral damage from the blade itself. Confirming the kills, but very much getting the assists.
Okay, so this is the really big fight for Insomnia. They need to win this one as well and guarantee that distance advantage. So yeah, you got this fight because this is the pendulum on your side. You had the blade. They were able to strike before that Kitsune Rush was online. It was like at 98, 99% there for Nevis, so Leonoptrix wasn't set up for success. If they win this fight, though, get that distance advantage, break the ult economy hold that LAZULI have on them, this is how Insomnia are able to win this map, if they can win this fight.
If I'm Shui, I'm trying to pressure out that cleanse as quickly as I can to set up for Leonoptrix to have a massive rampage, but Leonoptrix might be getting caught here. It's just going to be melted down. Nilgar is shredding him in the assistance of that Kitsune Rush. And this squeaky bump time here for LAZULI. It's Kiro. Ends up getting taken down. The lead now can be gained. Insomnia might just get themselves back into the driver's seat.
It looks like they've done it. Really clean dive there. Their Kitsune Rush, way higher value. Leonoptrix was so greedy with his positioning, trying to find that rampage angle you were talking about.
Swapping.
Yeah, bit of a swap.
As
LAZULI, they need to.
The bot, it's going to cross over. The lead now gained. 2 minutes remaining here. Insomnia.
And it was so efficient as well. Now they have the sound barrier advantage.
They need to try to find Yume here. Timing on that sound barrier shield could be everything as Leonoptrix gets ready to use the rampage, but no, Shui's going to be taken down.
And this is a disaster.
The rush for it. Yep, drill dash is forcing him into the corner. Another T cuts across, finds him, finds Nevis. Shui now swapping over to the Pharah. They have some kind of just heavy hit damage here.
You could just clearly feel the turning point in this map as INSOMNIA win that dominant fight, keep consistently getting picks. LAZULI are now trying to swap off and try to counter this dive composition with range here on this Pharah.
Yeah, he does get taken down. That's a window of opportunity here for them, but the distance that they have to now cover is
great.
Monstrous.
Yeah, it's such a huge distance.
115 here for INSOMNIA, nearly doubling up what LAZULI was able to do.
I mean, basically, INSOMNIA just need to regroup and not waste any ults here. As long as nobody gets picked, they're going to feel really good about the exchange. They have such a distance advantage.
Nearly another blade to go along with these two support ultimates. Nevis needing to stay alive and get this Kitsune Rush at the ready, but IQ uses his to start. Rampage goes across, connects on to 4. That's the value that you're talking about, but the sound barrier shielding comes in. As Wayume is able to keep them all protected, and Hidden's the first to fall. The deflect coming up with the kill. Shui under fire, dead. Undersea will give his life for this fight, but ultimately it might not matter too much as INSOMNIA still have 4 members strong. Nevis uses his own Kitsune Rush desperately, trying to stop the bot from getting any further than it already has, but now Leonoptrix going to be pressured out. It's a quick TP. It's about 5 steps to the side, and Nevis will inevitably die.
I think that was Nevis' way of saying, we lost this fight, we lost the map, even though there's just a few seconds left after the fight. And yeah, he would have wished I had a Kitsune Rush if they could win the next fight. There was no way they were ever going to win this map after losing that one. That is it. GG, a huge comeback win here for INSOMNIA.
They give them an opportunity to actually get the touch, though. They've pushed the spot so far forward, so Shui with a dash gets it into overtime. This could have been done and dusted had they not moved it at all. INSOMNIA, will they come to regret that? It's unlikely, but we'll have to wait and see. Deadeye, however, says absolutely not, as Aid puts down 4, looks for the 5th, looks for the ace, cannot make it happen, but that is the team kill. And INSOMNIA, feeling like they were down and out for the longest time, their owner Nasapi managed to clutch out the win.
Such a clutch game from them. That's the kind of game you watch and you go, wow, this team really knows their win cons, knows their timings, knows their angles, knows the punish of the Leonoptrix there. Sound barrier is so good when the Rampage came through. So yeah, they're all antied, but it doesn't matter because they have that massive shielding during the anti. Once it's gone, they can heal up, and it looked good for both teams. Like, this is the series I was wanting to see today. Yeah, it ended up being a 2-0 lead, but I feel like it's far from over. I don't expect this is going to be a clean 3-0 or anything like that. I mean, it wouldn't be a clean 3-0 even if they do 3-0, but you know what I'm saying. I think there's some comeback potential here. I love when I watch Overwatch when two teams have a completely different identity and they both still look really strong into each other, and I feel like that's what we've been watching this series.
Yeah, and I mean, and it was rough, but ultimately, like, they widely still just believed in the composition they put forward. A couple adjustments. Obviously, Aid goes from the start, has the venture, then goes over to the cast at the very end to be able to really close things out with the Deadeye. So there was some back and forth in that regard, but the overarching composition didn't undergo too many changes there, and INSOMNIA is still able to just understand their opponents, make some adjustments, and win out some crucial fights. So they do have match point. I agree with you, though. It feels like this one is still far from over, as LAZULI, they do have that fight in them, but they're also only down to like 1 remaining map pick. So they need this next one to count. They need it to find a win.
Yeah, INSOMNIA also having, I feel like, worse ult economy overall. A little bit shaky when the dives aren't completely clean. Aid sometimes been a little bit cut off from his squad. They don't look perfect with their dives by any means. And you were able to, though, still win dive on push. So, like, that's a good boon for maybe closing this one out.
Definitely is. Well, we'll see what happens when we come back for the break, so don't go anywhere. Alrighty, we are back and we are at match point. Insomnia narrowly clutching out a victory there on Runasapi. It looked like it was done, dusted in the hands of LAZULI, but they just let it slip. And now they only have one more map pick, and that's going to be either hybrid or escort to see whether or not they're going to be able to stick around in the series.
Yeah, it's hard to predict. Like, push seemed like the best option into dive, and yet they still lost to dive. Ultimately, like, there was some shaky moments, right? And they played really well around it. It's very difficult to play Venture on that map, Runasapi, so they still pulled it off. There were some shaky moments, obviously. Yeah. I feel like Aid has been very clutch, and the team has found success or died by his failed dives.
Yeah. There's been clearly a lot of time from Aid has been invested into playing the Venture, and it seems like he's kind of mastered them for the most part. But able to find value on a map where we thought that it was going to be a bit difficult, as we will see Sakume back in, but this time it's going to be Kiru who's out.
Yeah, so kind of playing a little bit of musical chairs on
Good to see all three supports.
Yeah. So if we're going to see Nevis play Kiriko only, like if that's the game plan, and then Sakume's coming in to play Ana, Kiriko Ana's not really a thing.
Yeah, not something we see much of. So, Lucioless map, hybrid or escort. I'm guessing it's probably going to be a BAP Ana setup.
Yeah.
So this is probably BAP Ana, which could be circuit. Could be, I mean, there's a lot actually that it could be.
Yeah,
could be circuit, could be King's Row.
I feel like it could be Blizzard World also.
Could be Blizzard
World. Anything where you want to protect a Cassidy, like the Ana BAP is pretty strong. It could also be like New Junk City, and they play like a Bastion comp or something weird like that. Like Ana BAP is pretty good for that.
I think you could do Ana BAP on Saravasa, so maybe it's just Saravasa again, because New Junk City just doesn't exist apparently. I don't know, but we are about to find out, of course, with the substitution. Just need a little bit of extra time to get everybody set up, but I believe the map set is good to go, and there it is. It's Circuit Royale.
Okay, so the first guess that you had ends up being accurate here. I mean, it might also be either of these players playing Lucio as well, and they just are like changing it up. But I don't feel like it was an underperformance from Kiru or anything like that.
Hey man, after that opening series on Circuit, anything could happen.
Anything could happen. If you guys did miss our high school SWAD, Telomere playing a little bit of Reinhardt, it was pretty fun.
Yeah. Oh no, it was definitely a fun map, and worth checking out. Is again Telomere. Give them their flowers. They were able to get their first point capture of the tournament so far.
We saw Reinhardt,
got to see Bastion,
Junkrat. Yeah, it was very, very fun.
Pharah and Echo at the same time.
True.
So, yeah, there was plenty of oddities to have witnessed. But let's go ahead and get into this one. LAZULI needing this win, needing a reverse sweep if they want to get that top spot in Japan, at least for now. Otherwise, Insomnia are just one win away from securing it for themselves. As taking a look here, looks like Nevis, not the Ana, but the Illari for now.
Yeah, that's interesting. It's a very different look. Very strong on defense here on Circuit Royale for the first point. Obviously, it gets a little bit trickier to play that later on, as the Widowmaker duel is going to be pretty interesting too. Nice play. He's like actually playing a song.
I don't know which song it is, but beautiful.
That sounds familiar to me, actually. Like, I don't know what it is, but maybe someone on like Twitch or Reddit will tell us. But
couldn't tell you. But look at this. Okay, Milgaru will flip over onto the Sigma. Looks like we're gonna have Undersea maybe sticking through with the Genji, and that can be huge if he's able to get on top of Hidden.
Yeah, the attackers have the composition advantage on maps like this, where you can just instantly see what you're up against and then try to counter it with dive.
Nope, Hidden nearly dead. Has been revealed.
Yeah, no longer hidden in this case.
Down to 19 HP, but he'll come through. Now it's decent neutral damage here from Aid, just trying to build up towards that infra side as quickly as he can.
The Pharah with the Illari is pretty cool because you can kind of offer that chip damage and then kind of fly back and get healed up by the pylons, as you can see here. Shui just back at full health already. So he's building a lot of ult charge here while offering so much damage.
Little margins there. I thought for a second he was going to be able to have the shot there on the Nevis, but for now, kill's not going to be found. It's just a pylon taken out. because of Blast, looking to try to isolate off one of these players, but so far been able to happen. But Undersea will go down. Hidden finding the first kill here. As 8 does respond with 1. Nevis going to be taken out. OWCS taken low there. Ultimately will be able to stay alive. So on the hunt, now out into the open. 8 needing to tuck back. It's bogged on the corner for a brief little moment there. As the accretion does connect, but there's the barrage. Shui finding a perfect timing. As that kinetic grasp comes through to go ahead and further keep him protected.
This is such a cool strategy here from LAZULI. I love it because you have the photon barrier for Leonoptrix. He's like keeping it out. It's not called photon barrier, but his
projected barrier.
Projected barrier. Thank you. He's got the barrier to kind of keep hidden, blocked.
Hidden kills 8.
Yep. Blocking the choke point as well, and then Shui is just able to constantly operate around Nevis's pylons and then harass, build a fast barrage. Really cool strategy. It's very difficult for Undersea to get around this corner and build Dragon Blade. As you can see, he's only at 53% here. Not quite the AKM angle, but still a little bit slow on this one and can't really threaten the dive into this Sigma, as now he's got a potential opportunity.
You've got Infrasight for Infrasight though. And Matrix just to get themselves out onto the corner, but there's the pickup on the Flux. No interrupt to be found, but it's not going to be coming through on the back end of that one either. Now their own Amp Matrix here in play, looking to stave them off. And committing his own Flux. I don't even know if he
I don't think he hit anybody
up.
Yeah, I don't think he did.
I think he had to pull back around the corner. As soon as that Amp Matrix came through, he knew that he was going to be unsafe. But now Rally coming through, accretion does get the hit. Captive Sun goes across. Good for the damage, but luckily that Rally should keep everybody sustained. So, okay, never mind. Undersea still going to get popped. Nevis gets traded out. Milgaru able to find 1. Vitality Field, however, burned. The cart still halted. Narrow margins, but 8 is ready.
What a
for
shot.
It. And taking him down as soon as he goes for the peak. And that could be the straw that breaks the camel's back here as the cart continues to inch forward. And yeah, with Shui falling, that'll just about do it. Immortality Field will keep Leonoptrix in the fight for a little bit longer, but ultimately the push will come through. But it's only 3.5 minutes.
It's a really weak time bank. And even though it's a win here for Insomnia, they do finally break the... They're able to successfully break the kind of siege, the really strong setup. I feel like for me, I'm looking at this just as a caster, like, damn, LAZULI's strat was so good. I feel like they're winning. And with the time bank being this small, definitely very efficient here. So they may have to swap Shui off of this Pharah after this next barrage, after this next team fight, because they have lost that control. A little bit tougher to pull this one out as we open up here. Undersea does have the Blade. Aid's going to have a lot more opportunities for line of sight, as he is once again just going to operate on this corner with the Alari. Barrage ready.
Ready to go. Undersea with the deflect kinetic grasp from Milgaru. The big tools to try to mitigate that barrage value. And Undersea going to be taken down right as the Amp Matrix is used here by Aiku. Aid will win out the fight. Hidden going to be taken down. Decent response. Ultimately, the cart still halted at the top of the hill. Needing a bit more to really keep things moving.
Now, this Infrasight could be so useful for the Genji as well, to see where the backline is.
Oh, for sure.
Rare synergy between Widowmaker and Genji, but actually super valuable in this composition. Let's see what Aid is going to do with this one when he uses it. Now it's out. Undersea at the ready here, going over the top.
There's the pop. Flux going to be coming in, though. Pick up onto a few. The drop down, the Immortality Field comes in. Aiku. Wagame is still under some threat, though. HP bars looking for stability. So they will be able to find it. Ultimately, still cannot try to go for this blade. Just can't really enable Undersea or get it into a position to find this value. But Aid, again, delivering, finds a headshot. Nevis going to be taking down the barrage attempt into the back line. Does manage to find 1, but it's going to be traded out. But at the same time, Milgaru dead. The front line's broken down. And any kind of staying power on this cart is severely limited, but the blade is going to be coming through. Dashing forward, Immortality Field quickly cleared out. Kinetic Grasp not going to be doing much there against the Genji, and Undersea is able to collect the kill.
Yeah, this feels like a swap blade to me, though. The fight was already over. They lost control. He ends up getting the kill onto Leonoptrix, which is a long run back. But capitalizing on this is going to be so difficult here for Insomnia, especially with Shui's position. He still has corner control.
Captive Sun, I believe, blocked out there by the barrier. Kind of splashed over onto Wagame, but Rally's rolling, so he's going to be safe for the time being.
You know what? They may have just brute forced this.
Yeah, with a rejoin, it looks like they are going to be able to push through. As Undersea now dashing forward, gets in on top of Hidden. From this point on, this is where Undersea can start finding an immense amount of value. It's a lot less open. A lot easier for that Genji.
And without the Sigma, without the accretion to block, and without that corner really being holdable there long-term by Shui, as the blade comes through and then he is able to push the rest of the team, they have spawn advantage there around the corner. He is potential to get those dash resets is quite strong, even when Dragon Bladeless. Shui will also swap to match, but as you can see, Sigma staying pretty good into the Genji. We'll push him back.
Okay, but hidden with some heal. Undersea taken down. That's going to force a bit of a retreat here. Nice forward push, though, from the side of INSOMNIA. I mean, taking a lot of space, just opening up for the card to really start gliding forward, but now the real contest can come through from LAZULI.
Okay, Aid holding his ultimate here. He's maintained ult advantage for a very long time.
I mean, yeah, it just hasn't really been given the opportunities. Accretion stun on the Milgaru, but now he knows that's all the cooldown as the Flux gets ready to be built up. He pulled the trigger on it. Looks like with the Amp Matrix in play, he will have to say no, so it just peels back. There's Aid just trying to weave these shots through, but kills so far not going to be found.
We'll have the... okay, hold up.
Again, Accretion's used. Does he go for it? Well, it's going to be Leonoptrix first and foremost. Tuck back around the corner. There's the drop down. Milgaru, though, under too much extra fire. Now goes for his own ultimate. Tucks away. Accretion not going to find the stun. Immortality Field comes through. The push forward, the Accretion hit. Once again, Leonoptrix down low. Kinetic Grass going to be coming through. Just trying to keep himself alive. It's a smattering of green HP. The Nev is now dead. Aid finishing off the enemy Sigma. Hidden going to be eliminated as well as Aid just finds two massive value kills here at the end. And that will be the push to the completion here for INSOMNIA with 45 seconds remaining on circuit.
I thought for a moment Leonoptrix was going to wait for Milgaru's ult, because what I was going to say is there's, you know, the Immortality Fields weren't baited by either of those Batistes, but if you end up fluxing second and then you're able to get around that corner, that's what matters most in that moment, and Milgaru is able to do just that. And it's not, like, it sounds weird to say this, but it almost feels like INSOMNIA made Sigma dive work, because they're just kind of slowly turtle pushing where there's this really, it's like a snapping turtle, okay? You get around the corner, Undersea has Blade, or he is able to get that dash reset in that one moment. When you have the Flux, or when your Sigma actually has cooldown advantage, when the Accretion's already been used from Leonoptrix, then he pulls the trigger. I didn't really like the concept of this composition for INSOMNIA all too much, but they've just clearly been so practiced on setting up dive compositions. Like Widow Genji we have seen on Circuit Royale in the past. It's not common in Korea, but it is definitely something that is niche and we do see from time to time. But the way that they utilized it was really impressive. On the other hand, like LAZULI's VARREL defense was really, really good. They whittled down the time bank, but it couldn't actually hold that momentum as we moved into B and C. So it's still a pretty decent time bank to finish the map. Now things are going to look completely different, though, because LAZULI will not be able to run Illari Farah on attack. That just doesn't work. It's a defense-specific strat. INSOMNIA, on the other hand, are just continuing to run this Genji.
You can do it, but it's a little bit more disjointed. It's about, you know, taking some space, getting the defensive setup, taking some space, getting the defensive setup, just constantly trying to, like, moving camp.
It's just inefficient, you know? Like, it is definitely possible.
They're going to try for the Zenyatta.
Yeah, I mean, that's, I think, a good tech here to trying to burst through that Sigma health bar.
The biggest concern, of course, is going to be that Genji. Into the backline, Sakame is going to be at risk, but there's the unburrow, the drill dash, looking to just try to pin somebody down, but Shui might have overstepped a bit. Accretion going to be going wide, but Hidden finds an opening shot as Aid will fall, and that's going to send everybody backpedaling now as Ryume nearly eliminated. The help of that Discord Orb. Shui once again here into the back lines, continuing to harass and open up space here for the rest of LAZULI to push.
This reminds me of like Sigma on release, man. This is wild. These Sigmas just going at it straight up, 1v1 on the corner. Undersea is going to have to retreat.
The unburrow dashes out towards safety. Additional shots coming through, but already so much distance taken here by the side of LAZULI. Amp Matrix built up very rapidly, and Undersea is going to be taken down. Should be able to find that one. Now they don't even use that Amp Matrix. That's just going to be the point A cap coming through as LAZULI is making fantastic time so far.
I mean, they have a pretty good set of ultimates as well as Undersea is going to swap off the Genji. Really just not finding all too much with this pick this time around. There's not enough space.
I was wondering when we were going to see this, because when I think of Undersea, I'm thinking of his Echo.
Yeah, exactly.
It's
Undersea,
very, very clean.
I mean, this is why he became my GOAT along with Hofak and Nozzle. It's just playing incredible Echo and then stealing Tracers and then playing incredible Tracer at the same time. His decision-making on the Echo is fantastic, and this is just such a good way to kind of outrange and fly over this Venture composition here for LAZULI.
Oh boy, well, things are about to get a little bit more rough though for INSOMNIA. They don't want that Echo to be able to get out into the open air. Aid taken down, Leonoptrix able to find that kill. Amp Matrix helping to just hold them back. Drill dash, big bounty, connecting on the multiple targets. Now Amp Matrix, however, going to be forced out. Shui Quick to burrow, gets right back in. Knows that he has that transcendence, goes right back out for a little bit more damage. Pickup coming through. There's the drop down, there it is. Mortality field, not available, maybe not needed, but no. IQ is able to find one. Nevis going to be taken down. Guard in the meantime gets its way up to the top of the hill, but for now, LAZULI will have to reset.
Yeah, they wasted Shui's Tectonic Shock there, and the idea of that dive, I mean, it was pretty good. Like, they had the support ultimates to back it up. They could have forced their way through there, but just better played by INSOMNIA to kind of front to back their way through that. As Undersea does have dupe soon.
Didn't see where Aiden ended up at, but Sakame is able to collect the kill. Flux now online with Optrix could be huge. The Mortality Field's already been burned. Now, Wagayume is going to be taken down. Everybody else just desperately backpedaling as the cart once again will resume on its push. Stun comes in. Leonoptrix, however, going to be safe. Tucked around the corner with the Immortality Field to keep protected. There's no further contest to be found. Nearly 5 minutes here in the time bank for the final stretch of the map. A little bit of an answer back, though. INSOMNIA wanting to take some space.
Yeah, INSOMNIA need to just play inside this archway. Every time they try to step out, they're having problems, as we'll have a little bit of stagger kill here onto Leo. But I mean, it's a huge time bank, but it's not one that can't be overcome here by INSOMNIA by any means, as long as they play around this choke well. Undersea is waiting for this dupe.
He's going to try to go for an assassination attempt, but immediately spotted out the Sigma. Not the first one out the door that he was hoping for. There's the dupe. Really gets broken immediately. Goes for the copy here onto the enemy venture. Shui, speaking of which, is get taken down. Everybody just going to quietly wait things out, so it's going to be some time bought, but there's still plenty to play around with here for LAZULI.
Undersea not going to be able to get too much value out of that duplicate.
Oh, and as soon as that dupe is gone, there's an answer right back. Solid shot there on the 8. Some a bit more breathing room even with this Ant Matrix in play. You can see they're just forced away from it immediately. Flux now coming out. Optrix pick up the drop down. Kill not going to pound yet, but this is a bold one here from Milgaru. Half HP when he decided to pop it. The transfer had already been used. Now backpedaling as fast as he possibly can, but he might just be run down.
Yeah, I think we're looking at a huge time bank here potentially for LAZULI to finish this map if things continue. INSOMNIA have lost complete control there. Don't really agree with Milgaru going for that late second Flux there. If he had teammates to back him up, second Flux is always the way, as we talked about on their final attack there, but ultimately isn't going to be able to get anything with that. Draining LAZULI of a lot of ults on the play. The time bank is still so huge. Not sure what happened there, but
yeah.
Hidden's down.
Cam got detached from the player for a brief little moment there, but yeah, Hidden will fall as Undersea finds one, but drain out. Dive forward, Sweet doing some decent damage. Looked like for a second he was going to be able to find a pick, but in the end, will get taken out. And you got two players on co-side. This could be very deadly for him as Milgar just goes pushing forward. Sakame, yeah, eventually will just fall. And Optrix tries to reset.
They were just so cut off there. Not really much they could have done besides just jump off the map, but they were hoping to maybe rejoin. They took that risk, and now they will die slowly and be staggered. INSOMNIA with a little bit of a regroup, but yeah, got a group up here, LAZULI. You were looking so good. You had so much control. You had such a time bank. And now you're down on ult advantage here as well that you had moments before because you've just given so many free kills over to INSOMNIA here. And now INSOMNIA, I mean, I'm not saying they're favored to stop the completion, but 1 or 2 more fights like this, and they certainly will be.
It's about 3 or 2.5 minutes, I should say, off that time bank after Cavalne, but Shui into the back line, able to find Aiku. Telomere is committed here from Wagayume. Only shields up 2. Undersea able to find Leonoptrix. Wagayume will be taken down as Sakame finds that elimination, but without Leonoptrix, the push forward, the cart moving, becomes a bit more impossible. But Shui looking to take things into his own hands, does manage to find another one as Hidden picks off Aid. Wagayume now going to be swapping over onto the brig.
I wonder how Milgaru is going to, on this regroup, actually use his ultimate. As Hidden will look for a shot there, because this is a very, very tough fight for LAZULI to win without that trance. I think they should just slow play this and then try to counter the Flux.
Hidden not opting to match here on the infra site.
Will now.
Sends it once a couple extra seconds to the back end, I suppose. As there's the Flux, the pickup on the Leonoptrix, but Immortality Field greets him on the way down. Ant Matrix to try to open up this corner. Waiting for the setup, and there it is. Wagayume immediately going to be taken down. Hidden able to find that kill. Undersea goes for the dupe. Shui eliminated. There's only one venture in play now, and Undersea's looking to cause some chaos as Milgaru collects 2. DPS-less now are LAZULI. Undersea right back up into the sky, so the dupe gets broken. The Nevis, Aiku both going to be traded out, but the advantage, the respawns are here for INSOMNIA.
Oh man, this is looking really bad for LAZULI now. They used everything to try to push that card across the line.
It's going to be a lesser time bank no matter what.
No matter what, and finishing this is going to be quite challenging. I mean, it is going to be a pretty dry fight coming to this next one, but Shui, at the end of the map, isn't really able to find flank angles, isn't able to get into the back line. They swapped to the Brigida off of the Lucio, so he's less pickable here.
Aid trying to find that pick, but Hidden just stays tucked back. Out of line of sight, the shot, attempt on the undersea, goes wide. Flux here for Leonoptrix.
I love...
Maybe try to Flux 9 them if they can get the cart back towards that finish line.
I love Aid just playing on the side angle here. He's like, oh, chase me if you want, Shui. I'll just waste your time bank. And I was also offering threat there, as LAZULI need to be grouped to actually control the final push. Shui finds nothing.
Carts again, starting to inch its way forward. Aid's
Tracking
position
him.
going to be scouted. Yep, seeing Shui working his way into those back lines. Leonoptrix, the Flux at the ready. Shui dead. Milgaro, he just turns back around. He finds him. Nevis picked off. Flux finds multiple players, but they're stuck here around the corner. The Immortality field there on the back end to further keep them protected. Sakame dead. Aid finds the headshot. And my God, I think they've just about done it. The overtime is going to bleed down as Leonoptrix dies, and no further touch can be found. Insomnia, these last two maps scraping by with the victories, but they will be delivering another 3-0 here for us today.
And Insomnia might just be the best team in OWCS Japan, man. Right now, it is looking very, very tough to beat the squad. And they're not a perfect team by any means. Like
yeah, I mean, we saw how scrappy this was.
They certainly have their own playstyle. They will hard force the way they want to play. They absolutely will throw some ultimates away, throw caution to the wind, try to clutch it out. But, you know, you and I, you know, when we ended up voting was after map 2, and we were like, oh yeah, I feel like Milgaro has been the most consistent because Aid had some moments where he went too deep on dives, was punished a lot, was a major reason why they almost lost the maps that they did, because all 3 maps were close. But in that 3rd map, man, his Widowmaker was absolutely insane, and I feel guilty for not voting for him, and I think he's probably going to get it, Achilleos.
We'll find out in a little bit, but for now, we'll come back to us while we get everything ready for that player of the match. But good Lord, what a crazy series. I mean, this is one of those ones, the scoreline does not tell the tale.
No, it definitely does
Doesn't
not.
describe how close everything was here. But we were correct in assuming that this matchup was going to be scrappier, that it was going to be more contentious between the two teams. They did deliver on that front, but unfortunately for LAZULI, just not quite there to be able to get those map wins.
Yeah, LAZULI looking really good, though. And
oh, yeah.
You know, remember back to, like, when we were on the first map, Samoa, very close. You know, Hidden had the DC and all that stuff, like, had to reconnect in. Still were able to win that round. Brought us to 3, tight 3rd round. Then on push had control like 90% of the time. It was Insomnia had one back-to-back clutch set of fights with low ult eco, punished Leonoptrix's Junker Queen. Barely won that one. And you look at this and it's like, okay, huge time bank going into the end of the map, but then they actually can't finish, can't push through that choke point. Such a close one. Aid will pick it up in the end. I think well-deserved. I think Milgaro deserves a shout, but
yeah,
Aid ultimately was the one who clutched it out in the end.
I was, you know, after seeing Circuit, the player that I was the most concerned about going into it, I think, was Milgaro, because I wasn't sure, you know, how is the Sigma going to look versus the Optrix in that regard. You know, he's been playing pretty much only Malga today. It's very different play styles, but he did look solid on that Sigma. But Aid stepped up to the plate. The Venture was looking great. Had some fantastic moments on Renasapi with that cast, and then comes over on the Widowmaker. And while he wasn't winning out every single battle versus Hidden, you can't really expect him to. Hidden is an incredibly cracked hit scan and sniper player in his own regard. But for Aid to have the impact that he did, come up with some really critical picks, I think it was huge. Because a lot of this series, going the way of Insomnia, it felt like it was based on, you know, just pick timings, these fights, these moments when they decide to strike.
Yeah.
And he had the right timings. He gets that pick right when the reset's about to come through for the enemy team, you know?
Both with 2 of these, man. Look at these 3 players actually tied for first. 3 of our best players in the tournament. You love to see it. I feel like what player of the match often is who played the most consistent, who had the highest value, but sometimes it's just the player the entire game is about. won team fights or won by aid, lost team fights or lost by aid, right? And I think that, to me, in this moment, it defines player of the match. He was the main character. Milgaro with a lot of support there, the support line doing a lot of work too. Undersea, relatively quiet series. I think had some good Dragon Blades, and the Genji was a pretty pivotal part of that final map. But of the two DPSs, aid definitely was the one that everyone had their eyes on.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, a really good, just concerted effort from the side of Insomnia to be able to get this win. And I will have the standings up on screen here in a moment, but they do at least temporarily take that first place position.
3-0 and
That's
a +7.
I was going to say, that's going to boost the ever-loving hell out of their map score.
Yeah, +7 is crazy. It's almost not real. It also really hurts the Zulis because they'll go down to just the +1 with a 2-1 scoreline. So Ravati actually maintained second place after this one. Because they have a pretty insane map score themselves. Man, it's tough because we have really all four teams on our west side. Pretty insane. Like Ravati, LAZULI, Insomnia, VARREL. And then Nyam is this new challenger that also looks quite strong too. And then you can't really count out MFC. Like they've had some clutch games, as long as, the players can show some more flexibility.
As long as they can play the game.
Well, there's also that. I think we've seen a little bit of lack of flexibility in their last few matches. And obviously there's ping and all that stuff we can talk about for that. But I do feel like they could still be a dark horse. So what does that leave us with a high school team of Namekuji brothers who aren't in the running? But I do feel like that top four, Ravati, LAZULI, Insomnia, VARREL, they just look so strong, and I feel like on any given day against each other, anyone could win. Like I don't feel like there's one team that really says, I'm 100% the best, as was indicated by this series. Yeah, Insomnia took a 3-0. You just look at Liquipedia, you're like, oh, 3-0 win.
Yep.
But if you look at the VOD, if you watch the game, you're like, oh, man, it actually could have been a 3-0 the other way.
No, it really could have been. So I the way that Japan's going to shake out is still very much a big question mark for us because previously it was like, okay, VARREL, really good team, most experience. They're going to be number one. Who's second, third, fourth? That was kind of the structure. Who are going to be the teams that qualify alongside VARREL for the playoffs? Now it's just like, well, who the hell is going to be in first? We really don't know. Because right now it seems like VARREL are likely dethroned, but there's also the chance that they still retain it. It just comes down to how each team is going to be performing on any given day.
I mean, VARREL and Ravati playing a more classic style, with a little bit more Winston, a little bit more Ashe, and then you have like LAZULI's weird Pharah comps. Shui can play basically anything. He's super flexible. And then you have Insomnia, just hard forcing dive no matter what. Without Leonoptrix, right? Without the Junker Queen style they were playing last season. I just love that there's completely different play styles for all these teams because when you lead into a match of Overwatch, sometimes, especially in Korea, you're like, okay, this is the meta. They're going to mirror comps. Who's better? Who's mastered the composition? But in Japan, I think the fun part is every day, every series looks a little bit different because like, this team plays like this. This team plays like this. Nozzle plays Roadhog. That's Japan, baby. I'm enjoying it.
No, it's been good. I mean, even with the 3-0s, some super exciting moments throughout in all of the series, but I think that at Runasapi into that circuit, the comebacks there for Insomnia might have been like two of my favorite maps that we've had so far, just generally in Asia, not just in Japan, because it was some pretty miraculous clutch ups coming through there from the side of Insomnia. So,
yeah,
I think big fun. But of course, I gotta give the shouts to my honorable mentions, which would be Telomere being able to go ahead and get their first point with some really, really crazy stuff put on display earlier today. And then
Peace also deserves an honorable mention.
Peace
popping off individually today.
Yeah.
Looking really good.
My other one is actually not from Japan, though. My other honorable mention for most entertaining so far in Asia is to Team Cat in Pacific. Because Magician is just a ball one trick, apparently, and the guy is insanely cracked. So I'm looking forward to, production. If Cat's not playing, don't book me for Pacific. That's all I'm saying. I have no interest. I only want to cast Cat.
Asia got some good balls, though. I mean, we got Belissaria also.
Jinbin.
Yep, Jinbin.
The ball.
The ball.
The ball player.
So
Smurf can play it.
Also,
we have Fate as a coach.
Also, Milgaro's ball is pretty crazy. He didn't really play it that much.
I'm kind of surprised by that.
Yeah.
But, I mean, Samoa's not going to lend itself to too much ball play, just
unless
'cause of the map
Belastria is playing. But
well, that's fair. But I think that if we had seen Nepal, we probably would have seen the ball. You got to just make it rhyme.
yeah, that's because we need to buy time.
Yes.
While we're sitting here, I don't have any more rhymes. I'm like, well,
Doesn't
we're sitting
matter
here
because now
chatting.
we can take a look at the results.
are prattling onto your screen, and it's surprisingly, like, walking out of this one, I'm like, oh wow, it was a 9-game day, 3-0, 3-0, 3-0. Really didn't feel like that to me at all. Maybe it's just because we ended on a high note, but
I mean, we had some scrappiness in the second series with Namekuji, on Paraíso being able to almost push to the end of the map versus VARREL, and then again with this last series, especially not telling the tale of the 3-0 scoreline. Yeah, it is a decently long day even for just 9 maps of Overwatch played, but here are the standings. INSOMNIA way out in front, not suffering a loss quite just yet, and just having a damn near perfect map score.
yeah, it's so early into the season that the difference between LAZULI losing this series, INSOMNIA gets first, right? This was a fight for first, and LAZULI drops to 5th. So it is pretty insane. Obviously, we've only played a few games. We're only in day 1 of week 2, so there's still a lot more Overwatch to be played in this round robin. Everyone's going to play 7 series, so there's a lot more. We're not even halfway done, but still pretty hype. And we'll take a look at what is happening tomorrow.
Because the action don't stop, and LAZULI doesn't have very long to get prepared. A lot of the teams that we had played today are going to be playing again tomorrow with LAZULI versus Ravati. That's going to be a big one here for LAZULI to try to bounce back, get themselves out of that 5th place hole that they currently find themselves in. But Ravati, just as tough of an opponent, and potentially even tougher, compared to what they just went through here today. Then VARREL going up against MFCX Supreme. And then we will see INSOMNIA take to the stage once again versus NyamGaming. And honestly, I think that all of these are going to be pretty much bangers, and I think all of them are not going to be a 3-0 scoreline.
Yeah, no, I don't think so. This one's actually crazy. It's going to be a long night tomorrow. I'm in for a crazy one with G-Clef. Like, that's a...
Strap in.
That's a 15-gamer for sure.
15-gamer. MFC shenanigans, perhaps. Who knows what's going to happen? But hopefully everything will be good and the gameplay will just be awesome.
Yeah, stock up on some energy drinks if you're going to be tuning in tomorrow. We
don't have an official sponsor, so choose whichever one you want.
Whichever one you want.
But hey, if anyone from like Red Bull or whatever is watching, then slap a logo on this bad boy. Let's take it for a ride.
Sponsored by or whatever.
Yes. It's amazing that I didn't go into marketing as my major.
He's pretty good at it, He sells me on a lot of stuff.
Yeah, mostly video games and movie recommendations, though.
True.
But yeah, so that's that about does it. I'm not sure if we're ready to close. I haven't heard anything, so kind of just chilling here for now until they tell us.
We will say goodbye eventually.
Yeah, we will get ready to say our goodbyes. But yeah, I think it's going to be a very stacked day tomorrow. I'm going to be looking forward to tuning in after my haircut. And I'll be watching from home and cheering on the teams, as well as you and Mr. Clef of the G.
He is a big G.
As you guys go through probably a very long day of Overwatch. So, hey, if you haven't gotten your drops yet, you'll be able to get them for sure tomorrow. But anyway, that does it for us. Thank you guys so much for tuning in. See you next time.